Good evening and welcome to Channel Other Doc. I am Jim. I use he/him pronouns, and this is the finale of our April mini-campaign of Monster of the Week, a game of supernatural monster hunting by Michael Sands that's powered by the Apocalypse. Hello. Hi. We are. This is the last one for this, since we're concluding our monthly mini-campaign. It's almost the end of April. I cannot believe it is already the end of April. Amazing. Thank you for the sub. Hey Brian, thank you for the sub. So much. It's crazy. It's crazy. But we're gonna go ahead and go around and say hi to everybody, find out once more who they are and who they're playing, and we shall start with Wally.
Hello, my name is Wally. I will be playing Ozzy, the Ozzy Tesla, for one last time. He uses the Action Scientist playbook, and I cannot wait to see how all of this wraps up.
Yes. This is going to be interesting. And now we will go around to Autumn. Hello.
Hello, I am Autumn. I am playing Ori 6, a constructed and the surrogate daughter of Ozzy Tesla.
Oh, if I were mentioning it.
And now let us go around to Lance. Hello.
Hey, I'm Lance. I'm playing Sully, the undisputed bad uncle of the group. Also the wronged. So let's get into our final session here, guys.
Yes. And now over to Gillian. Hello.
Hi, I'm Gillian, and I'm very sad because this will be the last time I will be playing Scarlet Underwood, who is using the Initiate playbook, and we're just gonna see how all of this ends. And yes, I am very sad.
No, we're gonna dive in here. And finally, Drew. Hello.
Hi, I'm Drew. I'll be playing V, the Gumshoe playbook. V is the unwilling mother to this unruly family. Mother slash big sister slash possible unwilling love interest, depending on. So, yeah, let's see how this turns out. It's going to be a mystery.
Well, we shall see. We shall see how this goes. All right. So before we dive fully in, just as a reminder, like we do with most games on this channel, we are going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of us, any of us can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something happens that we're okay having in the game, but we don't want a graphic description of it, we can type an N in the Zoom chat and we'll fade to black on it, or we'll put it behind a veil. So it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, we're exploring a topic, or if we're exploring an area of roleplay that's particularly intense for us, but we want to keep going anyway, we can put an O in the chat to let us know we're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put an O with a question mark after it when we're moving into a difficult topic, or if we say or we do something and then think, maybe it might have been a little too much, then everyone else can respond to that with an X, an N, or an O to let us know if we're still doing okay. And so, we are, as I'm trying not to look at the chat and have the voice in the back of my head singing along to it, we are, we had this, so the things, what were happening, last time, as I recall, there was a meeting at at the Nexus Lanes, where Sully gathered some information from the proprietor Odin and a demon who bowls there, named, I believe, Ogishag, or Orishag. I can't remember. It's in there. I've got it in my notes. But they actually managed not to get into a fight. Did have to knock over a single pin to get some information, and they found out some details about where this newcomer to town, known as Malachi Red, was going to be. Turned out he was going to that he's a fairy creature. They knew that, and that he was going to be at this party that was in a day that is hosted by a very popular girl at the high school named Piper Evans, very popular rich kid. So as it happens, there are two teens and one teen alike in the group, and as a result, they went ahead and and came up with this plan to send them to the party, whilst Ozzy and Sully hid outside, watching and waiting, to see if they could find out more things. They went to the party, and whilst Scarlet and V were out sort of on the pool deck, kind of just keeping watch, and as it turned out, distracting Piper Evans, Ori wandered round to the back where this fellow Red was dealing his some kind of a drug derived from it's been hinted from griffin liver, a sizable amount of which has gone missing from Scarlet's cult.
Yes, at the artifactory.
Along with a rather important sextant, magical sextant that had gone missing around the same time. And Ori actually managed to convince Malachi to leave the party. She actually talked to him and convinced him. It's like, okay, well, the Fey Court, local Fey Court has actually got agents out looking for you right now, which is technically true. She didn't specify that the agent they have looking out for them right now is currently at the pool by the pool chatting with Piper, But no, there's a degree of interest. It was something to, at any rate, Malachi considered that to be appropriate information for a trade. So he said, okay, and as a possible further, or he said that further they might be able to research and refine the substance to remove some of the negative properties to increase the length of the business. And he's like, okay, I'll bring that to my employer. I'll give you this sample, but there is a thing going down tomorrow at midnight, so would probably be a good idea if you figure out whatever you need to figure out before then, essentially. But in the meantime, he would talk to his client, his distributor, and off he went back into the woods. So that is where we're picking up. The thing is, while you would think that it's a simple thing to leave a party, the tricky thing is...
Sure, you just get drunk and throw up on somebody and have them carry you home.
That's got to be that's the process, right? The thing is that right now, as we sit there, Ozzy and Sully kind of out on the lawn, Ori also out on the lawn, but right near the entrance to the party, is that Scarlet and V are currently, Scarlet in particular, is now under the Sauron's eye of Piper Evans.
Yep.
Who has asked, you've chatted for a couple of minutes. And she was admiring your tattoos and said, she'd been wondering for quite a while where you'd gotten them. And you've been having light pleasantries. You're used to deflecting about the tattoos. And she said, then says, actually, I'd like to get away from just these folks for just away from prying ears for just a few minutes and have a little chat with you, because I think it's going to be quite. I think I've got something that's you're going to be very interested in.
And she's just gonna just look over at okay.
And she just says, "Come on," and she turns, and she starts walking into the house, just sort of assuming you're going to follow her.
She just looks back at V. She's gonna just like shrug and just like make like a kind of like phone gesture that she'll text her if there's anything that she should know, and she'll follow Piper.
All right,
Okay.
so V is going to assume that this invitation did not extend to her because it rarely does. So
It was very
she
vague.
will, yeah, she'll stay and do some snooping.
Okay. And just as far as Ori and Ozzy and Sully, what are you folks doing right now?
I'm gonna make my way back towards the party. So
Okay.
it's just outside the fence, I think.
All right.
Maybe I'm gonna check on the kids actually who were buying the drugs.
Oh
and,
yeah.
Make sure that
They're
are-
bummed. They're kind of bummed out because they thought they were going to. You told them that they were going to go flying.
They were going to get high.
Yeah.
I'll drop like my pack of smokes, which she doesn't really need anyways, with them, and just, you are better off without it, unless you want to end up like the one in the park.
What?
This is more fun.
What are you talking about?
She thinks for a moment. She'll just shove the remaining of this bottle of whiskey into their hands and be like, "Don't worry about it. Perhaps ignore the papers."
Yeah, very little actually got out about those about those deaths. So just that they happened. So it was,
And then she'll, after shoving this bottle of whiskey at them, she's gonna like turn and walk back.
Okay, all right. Yeah, there was basically sort of hands. They will not be upset in the face of whiskey. They'll be perfectly pleased. You are going to kind of hear one of them saying, "Man, I don't know. What did you say we were supposed to look for? I can't remember." It says, I don't know, something. Look for the marsh or something. You kind of overhear that as you're heading back in. You are just in time to see V standing out by the pool, Scarlet following Piper into the house.
I'll go towards V.
Okay. Let me find out as you're heading towards V. Ozzy and Sully, you see Ori going back in. What are the two of you doing?
Well,
Yeah.
hope these kids got it handled.
Yeah. Backyard is fenced in, gated, but so you can't see beyond the fence, but the gate's open, so it's up to you.
It does look like they have everything handled over there. Should we get a closer look to keep an eye on them?
I don't know. It might seem a little sketchy. Well, if I'm there, to be fair, you'll probably be fine.
Oh, I hope so. I mean, I think I could be hip. Hold on. He reaches into the car, pulls out a hat, puts it on backwards.
Oh no.
No, take that off.
Okay.
You're a celebrity. You will literally just be fine. I think.
Well, then we could probably venture off a bit closer. Though I am wondering what is going on in those woods, though. But perhaps we should venture a bit closer, just in case they do need help or anything.
We can just split up.
That is a good idea. That is an excellent idea. If you,
I'll go deal with shitty teens in the woods, and you will go deal with shitty teens in the house.
got it. And I hold up a hand for a high five.
Break.
And I head off towards the party.
Excellent.
I head
Okay.
towards the woods to
All
see.
That was
Okay.
a personal accomplishment for Ozzy.
That was his personal accomplishment that he got a high five from Sully.
Was that your first high five?
That
or-
was my first high five from Sully.
Yeah.
Nice.
Begrudgingly.
The begrudging high five. Excellent. So I will briefly flip back then, knowing where you folks are checking out. I'm going to flip back to Ori for a second. So yeah, you basically, you said you're heading toward V?
Yeah. I will just kind of like sidle up beside her and be like, why is Scarlet going off alone?
Piper's got something she wanted to ask her. Didn't sound like I was invited, which is fine. Gives me a chance to look around. I think Scarlet can handle herself. I don't know. I want to make sure that we didn't miss something here at the party. How's it been for you? I see that you don't have any of your whiskey left.
Oh, I've just kind of been giving it away. As much as I might wish, I cannot drink it. However, I did acquire a sample of the thing we were looking for, and information about something at midnight tomorrow. In the woods, perhaps, and the kids who were doing the drugs mentioned a marsh after I gave them the whiskey and began walking away.
Those woods?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I was just thinking about mulling around the party and seeing if I could overhear anything. What do you want to do?
That seems like a good idea. Perhaps I should update Sully and Ozzy about what I learned.
And at that moment, you're going to see Ozzy probably. Well, Ozzy, are you going to the front door or the back door?
Are you guys are outside going back inside to the party?
I'm outside going back around outside.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like much is going on in the party.
Inside, yeah.
So as you guys are heading back inside the party, you hear a hey coming from one of the bushes.
I don't know if any of you have ever had your parents show up to a party before.
You see Ozzy's head poke out of the bush. Like, come over here. I'm just here to check up and make sure everything is okay.
V is going to do the cool introvert thing, which is, well, sorry, there's no such thing as a cool introvert.
No, there isn't.
Where she leans just against the wall and stares at people silently, but instead of a wall, it's just going to be the shrub. So she's going to pretend like no one else is there and just like she's being quiet.
Yep. Ori will follow suit.
Yeah. I think there's a really good chance that V also brought a book to this.
So just to be clear, Ozzy is supposed to have come in through the back gate and into entered one of the shrubs in the backyard. I just want to be clear.
He went through the back gate, went through the shrubs in the backyard.
Okay, I just want to. Could I ask you to act under pressure for me, please?
Oh boy. See, do I have any moves?
Oh boy.
No, I don't.
Oh shoot, I gotta bring up my moves. Ah! I know my moves brought up.
Okay, all right. I think that
is that including your. I mean, we can attempt to help him too.
Well, you were not aware of his presence until this point.
I see. Okay.
So, what I'm gonna offer here, or say, is that do you think some of the kids might see you?
Gosh,
might have seen you as you were sneaking in, because there were some kids out back drinking whiskey.
Yeah, I tried my best to be like super inconspicuous, but being inconspicuous really isn't my forte at all whatsoever. So it was very much like Krunk in Emperor's New Groove, where he's like just trying to be sneaky, and in his head he was kind of singing his own theme song. He's like da 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 da, and he set up and goes da 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 da, and he did a roll over to the bush after he went through the gate.
Yeah. Awesome.
They probably did see him in that process of doing the roll, because he's a 500-pound robot.
Yeah.
Doing a somersault makes noise.
It's better than him running around the party going, "Ignore me!"
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yes. So he pokes his like, so did you accomplish what you needed to do while you were here?
Affirmative. I got your sample and
Oh.
information.
Oh, that's wonderful. Please hand the sample over here. You see his hand stick out the bush.
Can I look around first to see if anybody's watching?
Yeah, you see some of those kids you handed the whiskey to outside are now leaning into the fence, and they're looking sort of around in the direction of the bush. And they're sort of whispering to each other and pointing.
Now, it's not the time. There are people watching who
Oh.
would very much like this substance. I will
Oh.
bring it home
That
with
is
me.
very true. Yes, bring that home with you, and then we can work on it when we get back. What else did you find?
There is something happening at midnight tomorrow. And there is a marsh in the woods that might be of interest.
A marsh in the woods. Sully's going to the marsh in the woods.
Should
He looks
we
back
go
towards the woods.
into the woods.
V is just sort of like looking at her phone like every few seconds just to make sure, like there isn't like an emergency text being sent to her. And then she hears, Sully went into the marsh in the woods, and she's just kind of like,
So, I who being a GM who cannot resist a good transition, am going to speed over to the
Meanwhile,
woods.
in the marsh in the woods.
First off, Sully,
The Sully symbol goes.
The Sully symbol is just a disgruntled face of Sully zooming in and zooming out to the camera.
It's just a hand with a middle finger extended.
You have so there are two things. There are a couple of things to do here, possibly. These are the woods that eventually, if you go far enough, and you go all the way through the woods, probably logically speaking, you would probably end up somewhere behind the high school, or in that neighborhood. It's still it's like a couple miles probably, but it's pretty close to that. These are the same woods that border on the back of the high school. So we can either investigate a mystery or we can read a bad situation here as you're picking your way through. I think, here's my question. Are you more just sort of looking after the fellow that you saw with the red derby go in, or are you looking for something more generally?
I'll look in the area that he went.
Okay, so you're more sort of like tracking him, maybe. Is that more what you think might be going on here?
Yeah, I'll see what I can dig up.
Okay, in
See if
that
it left any
case,
trace.
I think I'm gonna have you invest, since it's about him more than it's about necessarily the woods themselves. I think I'll say investigate a mystery. So you're gonna be rolling plus sharp.
Sharp. What do I have? I guess I have at least one to sharp.
Okay, you got a partial success, so you get one of the questions that's on the list. As you're going through, there's this kind of a trail that goes through, that leads down to kind of a creek, a very narrow, very small creek bed that's easily crossable if need be. There is no marsh down here per se. This isn't the climate for it. But at least I assume it's not. I've never been to I've never been to Montreal, but
Me neither.
I'm just going to say at least here, right in this area specifically, there's not really a climate for a marsh per se. Not that you're looking for one, because that's a conversation they're having.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah. But you get one of the questions off the list.
Okay. Ooh, just one, huh?
Yeah.
Where did it go?
Where did it go? So, yeah, you don't see him. And you're looking around, and there is, as you're sort of carefully, you notice that near the creek bed, there is you're sort of been tracking. You can kind of see his tracks, passage of him going. Because he's wearing very big shoes, basically, and distinctive shoes. And you kind of sort of note that he heads up kind of to near the creek bed, and then there is this circle of mushrooms. That's this little circle of mushrooms that's right near the creek bed, and it's like the tracks go there and then stop. And there is no sign that he went anywhere else from that point.
Interesting. Okay. I'll get a little closer, but I won't touch it or anything. I'll be like, kind of just looking at it from the edge.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah. Knowing that he's Fae, this looks like Fae bullshit. A little bit.
Oh god, it's that Fae bullshit. Fucking magic. Guess I better wait.
Yeah, he went somewhere else.
Well, at least we know where he's going, or where he's gone.
Now, we're going to speed inside the house. Camera will pan up, away from the woods, and across, over the fence. Seeing briefly Ori and V and Ozzy, and then panning in through the window of the house, top window, as we see Piper leading Scarlet into a room on the second floor. It's a girl's bedroom. Basically, as far as you can tell, at least that is the manner in which the parents attempted to decorate it. Whether or not that's accurate to the girl in question is really more of an as yet unanswered question. Yeah, you see, he's so there's like a bookshelf in here and stuff, which you wouldn't expect to see a bookshelf in Piper's bedroom because she's so vacuous. But
do I notice anything like about the books like that piqued my interest right away, or is it just like books, trivial books?
History. There's a number of them are history. But she's got, and she's got like the dresser, and she has the 4-poster bed, and she has the stuffed pink unicorn, and she has a lot of the pink drapes, and all manner of other things. The bookshelf itself is pink.
Of course.
But
I don't judge someone by their favorite color. I like pink, so.
Oh, yeah. And she's got kind of a rug that she sort of walks across and then turns as you come in. Presumably you come into the room. The lights seem to flicker for just less than half a second as you step into the room.
I don't think that's a good sign at all.
Yeah. And she doesn't seem to notice. But she also has like Christmas lights up and stuff that are like rotating. So, just the white Christmas lights. She doesn't actually have the multicolored Christmas lights because she doesn't.
Right, like from like Stranger Things with like the letters that say.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but no, not quite that elaborate. But as she stands there, she says, "So, Scarlet, right?"
Yeah, that's my name.
Okay. Got a kind of a proposition for you. I think I got something that I want to kind of sell you some information, I think. It's kind of how we do this. if you'd be interested. I think you'd be interested. It's really good information.
What makes you think I would be interested in this information? And I can say for one thing, this is a two-way street. You want something for this.
Oh, yes. Of course. That's how it works, right? Fair trade.
It depends on how fair it can be.
Well, what if I happen to tell you, what if I told you that I happen to know where an unusual navigational instrument is?
You just see this, like, her just, like, smile, just, like, playfully just, like, kind of, like, disappear a little bit, just be like... She's like, oh, no.
Oh, yes, that got your attention, didn't it? I know more than you think I know.
Well, I can
And she
tell from
crosses
your...
arms.
I can tell from the books that you keep that you're a lot smarter than a lot of people think.
Yeah, Dad says that it's good to keep up the premise, but I know I don't have to do that with you.
I suppose you don't.
And she's going to sort of lean forward, and she says, "No, what I'm going to ask for in exchange, if I let you know, well, I know who it is that ended up with it. So that's what I can tell you."
And in exchange.
Well, I know it would probably be a bit much to ask to give me a day to study one of your robots, but maybe, since I know they're busy and doing stuff, and I don't know how, and I wouldn't want it to be interrupted by anything, I would just say that if, and this might not even ever happen, but given, the way things tend to go, it might. If at some point one of your robots happens to perish, I'd just like 24 hours to look at the parts, and then I promise I would give them all back to you exactly in the way in which you would have given them to me. Nothing done to them. Just want to examine them.
I'm just trying to look at my moves for a second. Yeah, there's not much I can do, so I'm just gonna think on it.
Yeah, if
But
there's a thing maybe where you want to manipulate her,
I wouldn't. No, I don't think I would like. But it's an if situation, and I just think about it for a moment. But this. Oh no!
Oh no!
I know! I'm in such a
No. Well, it's come to pass already. We just lost one of the robots. No. Hopefully, he's okay.
Shoot, Scarlett's just being shot at with so many tough decisions today.
I know, right?
First it was that deal, and then the other stuff, and now this.
Okay, let me see here.
I'm just gonna think outside character. Like I definitely know that Ori or Ozzy, they're not gonna perish anytime soon. She knows that they're tough and they can handle themselves on their own, but also with the team as well. So she knows that like it's probably not gonna happen, and she'll probably just I think she'll like probably warn them ahead of time just to just be careful and make sure that they're a little more protected than usual, just in case. And she'll probably have to warn the party that the popular girl knows. So, alright, I have the plan. I really need to know more information, so I'm Ozzy now. I just looked at the stream. I'm Ozzy now.
Yeah.
I am the
So you
wrong-
have. So that means you have the right to make decisions for it. No. We got him back.
There we go.
Yay!
Yay!
So yeah, so you've got this decision before you whether you want to accept this offer.
Yeah, she'll just look over. Scar thinks about it for a minute, and she looks over at Piper. She puts out her hand. She says, "I guess we have a deal then."
Splendid. You don't mind if I just bring my own little witness, do you? It's ever so helpful.
What kind of witness?
Oh, not much, just a little toy. And she reaches into her pocket, and she pulls out what looks like a strange kind of wand, but it's sort of like it's a device of some kind that's got like a glowing symbol on either end.
That is magic.
She said, "Oh, you didn't think?" And as she just sort of looks at your reaction to it, she says, "Oh, you didn't think you were the only one who knows things, did you?" And she actually flips a couple of switches on it, and the pattern of lights change. And she puts her hand forward and says, "Shall we shake on it? I believe that's how they do these things."
Well, I guess you got me there. But I do keep my promises.
All right, you shake?
I shake.
There is some kind of magical effect happening, which is strangely based on this device. You're not used to device-based magic, but it's a thing, apparently.
It doesn't seem like magic that I'm familiar with my sect, is it? Or...
not this. No.
So this is probably a different sect.
Your sect has had device-based magic, but this is. But there's a line of it they largely abandoned back during the Ori situation, but this is different.
So this is possibly the work of a different sect.
Yeah,
then.
and you do notice this these tiny little snaps of electricity going back and forth between the two poles of this device.
She's gonna kind of observe it as it's doing its job, just to get a bit of hints of what.
And as you shake hands, you feel like this sort of little buzz of current. It's not huge, but yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna keep an eye on it, look at the details of it, and jot it in her memory to let Ozzy know later.
Sure, absolutely. And she says, "Well, we have a pact then." Excellent. Well, enjoy the party. We've got the DJ for about another hour or two, and he's real good. I'll tell him to play goth shit if you like. And she turns, and actually she's further into the room. She can't leave before you.
I just go, We still made our deal.
Oh, of course.
You still have to tell me the information. You really didn't think I was gonna let you leave.
Oh, you are as sharp as they say. Well, that's good. That's very good to know. You might want to consider, once we hit the summer, you might want to consider some possible extra employment. There's let's just say I know a few people who might be able to open some doors for you. But, yes, you're right. I owe you a name.
Yes, you do.
Aya Zarish.
Aya Zarish. Do you have a description of this person? Or is that all you'll give me?
Oh, yeah, that's all I've got. That's all I was able to get out of Dad's files. He's very tight-lipped about these things. Unfortunately, he's in Europe right now, so I can't really wheedle more out of him. But I think you're clever. You'll be able to. That should be enough for you to find more on.
Possibly. It's a nice talk. I think I learned a few more things about you, Piper. You are definitely an interesting type of person.
Well, it's one of those things that I find it good sometimes to be underestimated, don't you?
Of course, it makes people less likely to suspect you of anything.
Exactly. Well, like I said, enjoy the party.
You as well. And I'll leave the room. And then the moment I just start walking down the stairs to the party, I'll text V saying that I'm safe and I need to talk to Ozzy as soon as I can. Found something useful.
V will text back, he's in a bush. Again.
Like, this is a regular occurrence, you know? You just occasionally see him in the hedges around the school.
There's a picture is sent, and it's just a bush with just kind of these two large eyes conspicuously sticking out.
She will go over to possibly where she could find some bushes.
So, yeah, the as you're kind of out there, and the party is starting to dwindle a little bit. Some of the younger kids are going home as you're getting out there. The Ori and V and then there's a bush. Ori and V are talking to a bush, and there are a few kids who have started to wander over as well to the bush, and it's some of the few kids that are remaining. It looks as though word is starting to spread that Ozzy is here.
No.
Oh, Ozzy.
And so this sort of semicircle is forming around your group.
She just kind of like looks over and just like goes to like a more clear space of the semicircle. She just looks at the bush, looks at everybody else, and this is the space and be like, really?
I rise up out of the bush, leaves off my body. Well, hello there, local youth of the city. How's everyone doing? And he gives away.
I knew it was him. It's Ozzy Tesla.
Yes. Hey DJ, give me a beat.
Oh God.
He leaves.
No.
Just.
Oh.
He's like, oh.
I almost just want to cut there to
wrist.
another scene, but I don't know.
I need to go investigate a mystery of why I don't need to be here anymore.
Well, that's not a mystery.
It's not a mystery at all.
The answer is Ozzy's dancing.
I'm going to ask you to actually, just as far as if you want to be well received at this party suddenly appearing, I am going to ask you to do a manipulate someone here to roll plus charm.
Oh boy, which one? I rolled charm because my charm is -1. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, it's charm.
Okay.
I basically rolled a 10, but I have -1. Okay.
So the DJ will go ahead and give you a beat because of who you are, and they'll kind of note it, but it'll be kind of awkward.
And Ozzy gets up. It's like, okay, well, I guess we're doing this. And he does a dance in the middle of the dance floor, like taking advantage of the fact that he can spin his joints in 360 degrees, and does like a full-on like dances doing like a robot dance, like limbs moving in 360 degrees and everything. He stops, then pulls himself back up, and then he nods and just walks off.
So there's this like smattering of applause, of confused applause.
Cool, the party's got a robot.
And they're like, "Who is that?" I don't know. I think Dad likes him. I don't know. And you know,
A couple of them are
stuff.
like look down at their punch, going,
Yeah, that's it's the ones outside in particular that are now like, man, I've been taking too much. Of what? Everything.
I thought this thing was supposed to make me fly, but all right, this works too.
So we're all heading out of the party then? 'Cause,
Yeah, Ori made her escape during the dancing.
I probably
She's like, distraction.
Did we leave Ozzy there?
Yeah.
He ran as soon
let's
as the
leave
dance
Ozzy
ended.
there.
He just
He's having
stopped
his own
moving, just
fun.
ran off.
I'll be with the others.
They all
Don't worry, I won't tell your parents.
They all scatter.
I would have.
Ah, teenagers!
No! So what? Are you So are you folks leaving the party, or are you going?
Yeah, we're
to...
leaving
Yep,
the
we were
party.
leaving the party, yeah.
Ori hops back in the Tesla mobile.
Is anyone going to collect Sully?
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
going
we gotta
to-
get
Sul's-
Sully.
I'm going.
Sully's
up-
gone in the woods, so I'm going to go into the woods after
I
him.
mean, you can always call him if you want. I assume you have phones.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
This is not the 80s.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're right.
Not the 80s.
Yeah, I'll text Sully to see if he's okay. Are you okay? ... Ozzy is dancing. ... Do you need help? ... Please, let me help you. And I'm like, I did this the moment he came out of the bush and told the DJ to drop
okay.
a beat.
Okay. Sully gets the text.
Uh-huh.
Text back. First of all, God, why? Second of all,
He
I
sends
think
a picture.
you truly did not need to send this to me. The image just burnt into my mind. Second of all, I found where I guess the guy went, Malaki. This may be where we need to go to tomorrow night to interrupt whatever ritual may happen. And I'll send
me
a picture.
Yeah, send me a picture. I would like to go now to investigate. If he's already there and not heading back, I want to go.
Sure.
I'll wait here for Ozzy. Do you want me to come, V, or do you want me to stay here and wait for Ozzy?
If you're safe, best to make sure that he gets out of there now and safely. And make sure Ori's there too.
Ori's outside with you guys.
I just point to Ori in the car. Just like, Ori's just right there, though.
I see you pointing, and Ori will get out and be like, "Are we going after Sully?" And she'll heft her sword, and be like, "I will accompany you."
Are you talking to Scarlet or are you talking to V? V left the moment Ozzy came out of the shrubs.
Oh, okay.
No. The moment.
Oh no, I
He
imagine
came
we
up.
were standing like outside the front of the house because I'm at my car.
Yeah, she went into the woods.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll look at Charlie and be like, "I will go after them, just in case."
I'll wait here for Sully. I have to ask him about something anyway.
Absolutely. I have my phone if needed.
Of
Sure.
course.
And she'll just book it.
So V, it's going to take you a little time to get to Sully. Ori will be not too far behind you, because through the magic of plot, I would like I would like to have fewer groups. So.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So you're going to so it'll actually be roughly around the time that so you sent the text. It took a while for it for Sully to see it and text back. is what I'm going to
Cool.
say, because it didn't necessarily, because of where Sully is, the reception isn't great.
That makes sense.
And so by the time you're seeing it, Ori's not going to be far behind you, basically, going
Using my
into the woods.
robotic clockwork legs.
Yes.
You just hear the little tick, 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 as she approaches.
Yeah. So Sully, V and Ori are basically, they're coming down the trail. And you see basically it goes down to this little creek. There is no marsh here in these woods, as far as you can tell.
Weird circle of mushrooms, though.
V would like to investigate a mystery about the mushrooms, and just to see what her understanding of fairy lore is. Is there a way, if the fairy circle is disturbed, does that affect anything?
So I'm just checking
Or-
on these two moves real quick to see.
Sure.
You could either do investigate a mystery or read a bad situation, depending on.
You know what? Read a bad situation makes a lot more sense.
I think read a bad situation is probably what we want here.
Okay, yeah, you got it.
Ori will help out.
So
Offering whatever knowledge she may have.
All right. Now, if you do, that will only bump it to a 9. So that's.
no, I'm at a 9.
Oh, that's true.
The gumshoe, sadly, the gumshoe file is not in Roll20, so my moves are not available.
Yeah. Well, you have to put it in custom. There's a you can do that under the custom tab. But
so I have a 9 currently, and if they help.
Oh, you have a 9 currently.
Yes.
Are you at +2 on your chart?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just said
Yeah.
you didn't
Okay.
add
So
the
yeah, how
plus,
does Ori want to
thing.
help out?
Okay. Ori will help out by, because she grew up kind of, or grew up, quote unquote, in a magical sect. So I imagine that she might be able to offer some sort of insight, and having interacted with the creature beforehand.
Sure, absolutely. So you're sort of providing what you know about him and about that. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and roll your helping out. Roll plus cool.
That will give me +2.
Okay. But you also expose yourself to trouble or danger?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay.
I feel like I've been doing that a lot.
Yep. So I'm just going to say that. Well, I'll hold on to it. Let's see where this scene goes first, and then. Yeah. So yes, I should probably tell you something. V, you get that bumps it up to a 10. So you get to hold 3. So you get 3 questions.
I mean, I'm just going to go down the line. Are there any dangers we haven't noticed?
Not immediate dangers.
Okay.
Nothing that's here right this moment.
Then, because I'm specifically wondering about the fairy circle and how I could disrupt it, and if that will be beneficial. The next one is, what is most vulnerable to me?
So, moving if this is a true fairy circle, moving the mushrooms at worst could be dangerous for you. At best, could be an inconvenience to them. You'd basically have to be careful about how you handle the mushrooms. You might not want to touch them directly.
Gotcha.
Because you're human, so that might, be a thing.
I'm going to then just in general, because it would apply to us, and with the handling, what's the best way to protect the victims, i.e. us, if we touch them?
Well, honestly, gloves and baggies, basically.
Okay.
As far as it goes, I mean, best absolute way is don't mess with the circle is the absolute 100% method. But if you want to collect some of it, you can. It's just
it's just V is not a supernatural gumshoe. So she's just kind of like, what does she know? Clearly not enough to affect the situation. She's not going to mess with it.
Yeah, your best knowledge is that it's essentially if a human, and this falls under one of your previous questions you asked. If a human sort of flesh to mushroom touches it, then there's the possibility of being falling under an enchantment of some kind. There's a possibility of being potentially trapped inside the circle. But it depends on whether it's doing anything right now, which it's not really possible to tell unless you're on the inside of the circle. I will say that for a moment, Ori, as you are, you're sort of talking this out with V, based on what you sort of were figuring out. There is a moment, I think, when maybe just because that was what he told you, you refer to Maliki by name, and you very briefly, as you're hovering like almost right above one of the mushrooms of the circle, not right at it, but you get another of those flutters that you got. And this feeling, you've never felt the cold, you don't feel the cold, but you feel this sensation for a moment that that right now, your initial processing of it is kind of the way humans describe feeling cold. And that again
for a second
is a flutter from your power source. It's very strange.
Jim, I'm going to give you a narrative tool.
Yes.
I think we can all agree that the gumshoe has a evidence bag or two with her at all times.
Sure.
She has a switchblade. She is going to take one small mushroom and put it in the bag just to give you something to play with later.
Sure. I'll throw that in the toolbox.
Okay. I assume
you're doing it without touching it.
Yeah. I'm assume act under pressure to make sure that we are not doing something bad.
Well, my question is just very simple. Before you roll that, do you have gloves?
Do I have gloves? Of course.
Okay, you do not need to act under pressure then. You're fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I imagine that, any toolkit that you would imagine a reasonable idea. She has gloves, bags, tweezers, probably magnifying glass.
Cool. No, you're good then. You're good.
Okay.
You now have a mushroom.
Cool.
Okay.
I experienced another anomaly.
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh?
Like last time, when Scarlet first disappeared, there was an issue with my power source, and I experienced a temperature spike as an anomaly. This time, it was the opposite. What you would most likely describe as cold.
And this is the first time that's happened? The cold?
Yes. As far as I can remember.
Okay.
We should probably get you back to Ozzy for a diagnostic scan.
Either something's wrong or you're becoming a real-life Pinocchio.
I do not understand that reference.
We haven't read you Pinocchio yet?
What?
Sorry, we haven't shown you the DVD of Pinocchio yet? Sorry, we haven't gone to Disney Plus and shown you Pinocchio yet?
There we go.
Let's be honest, Ozzy has it on VHS.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
In those
Ozzy does
great-
have it on VHS.
It's one of those collectible clamshells that are no longer
Yes,
collectible.
it's in the old school 1980s collectible clamshell VHS case too.
Oh, he's got it on Laserdisc. Are you kidding me?
Oh, he has it on Laserdisc
Laserdisc.
and VHS.
Oh my god.
All right. Well.
But it happened when I was close to the circle, and last time it happened when I was next to a different source of magic, from Scarlet's disappearance to the other plane.
You and
There
magic.
is correlation, I believe, but
You and magic do
insufficient
not
data.
seem to mix.
It is still unknown what fully powers me and gives me consciousness.
Well, if magic interrupts it, we need to be very careful next time.
Perhaps we should return so that we can prepare for tomorrow. But there is no marsh here, and I believe the students were looking for a marsh, but they were intoxicated. They could be wrong.
I'm sure we can Google some information and find out if there's any around town. I don't remember hearing about one.
I don't know. His
Perhaps.
trap led here.
Perhaps instead of marsh, they were supposed to look for mushrooms. There are many similar letters in the two words.
That is very true. Speaking of which, she puts on gloves, gets it in there, puts it in the bag, seals the bag, does the special folding the gloves, puts it in the bag with it without.
We can potentially analyze that back at the lab.
As long as we're careful.
Ozzy and I do not have human flesh that can be corroded by poisonous mushrooms.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it being poisonous. I'm worried about it being magical mushrooms, and not in the way that the teens were probably looking for.
This is very true. We have safety protocols in place, I believe. Potentially. At Teslagrad Manor. Maybe.
Oh,
They may have been
Okay.
dismantled for a different project.
wow, that sounds so reassuring.
Would you rather we blow up your house, Sully, by accident?
My house is. Let's not talk about it. It probably wouldn't matter if you blew it up, to be honest.
As we're walking off, like the cameras, we get a solid shot, and as we're walking off, you kind of hear me go, "No, I've seen his house. It already looks like it's been blown up."
Yeah.
You should both move into the manor in that case.
No,
It is.
No, no.
no, sorry, can't.
I think
More
that
room for me.
yeah, this is true.
Does Ori have a room? Like, do you have like a bed and everything, or do you kind of like sleep standing up in a closet?
Ori
more
doesn't
efficient.
sleep.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
She has a to recharge. She has a massive grandfather clock, but she has like a 2-story room in Tesla Grad Manor that's like a study library mixed with magical artifacts and stuff, and her new pet slime.
Yeah.
Name
Good God.
Spot. Name Spot.
Spot. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to cut over
Okay.
to back to Ozzy and Scarlet, who I presume are also leaving the party or in the process.
Yeah, I was at his car waiting for him.
Yeah, I assume you're at the cars waiting for the folks to get out of the woods, so you wanted to have a little chat.
Yeah, I head over to the car where Scarlet is at. Oh, Scarlet! Whew, I got out of that sticky situation, didn't I?
In the best way possible, Ozzy.
Mm-hmm. Well, if Ori has the samples we need, we definitely have
Actually,
that.
there was something I wanted to ask you about, Ozzy.
Oh, of course.
So I had a little chat with the host of this little party here.
Oh.
I should warn you, she's a lot smarter than you would think.
Oh, well, you have to understand this, Scarlet.
And a lot more knowledgeable about
Oh.
that
Oh.
than you would think she is.
Well-
And has...
I choose to give everyone the benefit of the doubts when it comes to knowledge.
She knew, remember when I told you about that item that was stolen from my sect?
Ah, yes, the sextant, wasn't it?
Yes. She was able to find out the identity of the person who currently has it in their possession.
Oh, well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful news.
I had to make a deal with her, though, for it.
And the deal was?
That if, I'm just gonna warn you and Ori to be a little more careful for the next several weeks or months.
Why? What?
She asked that in exchange that if either you or Ori have somehow perished, that she would take a look at you guys.
Why would?
I don't know. And that's why I'm warning you guys in advance to try and be more careful. But the way she had someone that a device that she claimed was a witness that she used to make sure that the deal was sealed. And I'm gonna start describing the device.
So, the moment you describe the symbols on the device, Ozzy, as you're thinking back, those are symbols or similar to ones that you have seen before. It's been a little while, but you're pretty sure these were. This is one of the symbols that they used on some of their arcane machinery. Used on the arcane machinery of members of the cult of Edison.
Ozzy's eyes widen, and he goes, "Scarlet, what is that young lady's last name?"
Piper Evans?
Would Ozzy recognize the last name Evans?
Yeah. Evans. Yeah. The Evans family. It's a big. A lot of people with the last name Evans. But, yeah. Thinking back, there were members of the, and who were, just big sort of moguls. There were a couple of moguls that were, around the time of, back in like the, 50s, 60s, what have you. Who had the last name Evans.
Oh, this is bad. This is very bad indeed. Scarlet, you did nothing wrong. But your little friend, Piper Evans, her family has ties to the cult of Edison. That device she used was a tool of theirs. I don't recall what it was for, though, but it was probably some kind of surveillance device, maybe, or... This is not good. Oh, this is not good at all. Thank you very much for telling me this.
Of course, but I still got a name for the guy that stole the sextant.
Oh, right, yes. Yes, correct. One thing at a time. Well,
Yes.
What is the name?
Yes. Their name, I don't know the identity. I might be wrong about that kind of wise. I don't want to be rude, but their name is Aya Yarish.
Aya Yarish.
Close. It's a Z instead of a Y.
Aya Zaris. Do I recognize that name?
Not off the bat. You'd need to do some research, probably.
Would I know something about it? Something that I've read or heard about from my sect about that name? That I'm now thinking about it further.
Not immediately. That again would probably require some kind of research to.
I might have to talk to my master about this.
I think we have many people we need to discuss too about this. And I pull out my phone, and for the first time in this whole episode, Ozzy dials it. Yes, it is like he pulls out the phone and pulls out a second part of the phone, which is a rotary part. He goes,
Oh my!
and he puts everything calling Ori.
Okay, so yeah, so Ori and Sully and V, you are on your you are on your way back up the trail, and Ori, you get your phone rings.
She'll answer it. Very confusedly. Hello.
Ori, we have a lot of work to do tonight. One, we have to analyze the drugs you are able to obtain.
Affirmative.
Two, we have to do research on the name of someone named Aya Zarish. And three, the cult of Edison is active in the town.
Here. Why are they here?
That I don't know. But they did make a deal with Scarlet as for information about the Ayazarish. That's neither here nor there. We were able to find information on the person who has the sexton. That's what's important. However, what's really important is we have a long night ahead of us. All of us do.
Affirmative. We are returning.
Wonderful. We'll make a stop at the Tim Hortons to get a big pot of coffee because we'll be pulling an all-nighter. And he hangs
And
up.
donuts.
Oh, yes, and donuts. Oh, and
Yep.
Timbits.
Don't forget the tidbits.
Yes, and Timbits. And Timbits. We will get in Timbits also.
Yes.
Affirmative.
He hangs up the big clunky part of the phone.
I just want to flip over briefly. Oh my God. I see it. Ori, are you going to relay?
Yes, I will relay that information and also ask if anybody recognizes the name Ayazarish.
Sully? You recognize the name Ayazarish. Ayazarish is the hag. At this point, I believe, is when we're going to go to break.
Look,
be back.
I love how you look so sad.
We'll be back in just a few minutes. See you shortly.
Okay, Sully's having a bad day, I see.
Greetings, folks. Welcome to the break. I have Dylan here, Anarasis, to chat about various things that he's got going on. Hello.
Hi. It's been so long.
It's been so long, I know. It's like... it's not as though we've been recording these in sequence. No. That's we couldn't possibly. That would be wrong.
Don't break the illusion, Jim.
Oh, crap. Oh, God. No. We are totally, absolutely in two boxes hovering over a neon landscape right now.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's how it works. But actually, the thing I want to talk about with you right now is the games that you have been producing and working on, various types of gamery and what have you. You have a few titles that I'm aware of. I'm aware of Spoken Magic. I'm aware of Become. Tell us, how did you get into the design of games, and tell us a little bit about those games.
I got into game design the same way I think a lot of tabletop game designers did, which is that I was playing Dungeons and Dragons and found it really lacking in some important areas for the kind of game that I wanted to play, but also I couldn't convince my players to play anything else. So I got into game design by hacking D&D, by making new classes, new races, new mechanics, that sort of stuff. And then somewhere around, I want to say back when I was like 16, I had an idea for an original game, like an original RPG system, and I started working on it with some friends, which quickly turned into just me working on it by myself. And I worked on that game for like 5 years or so until finally I realized like I had wrapped up so much emotion in this game and I wanted so badly for it to be good. But you know, the first thing that you do in a field is never good. Like really, it's always going to have problems with it. And so I knew that if I wanted to make this game, like make my baby, I had to put it away and work on some other stuff. And that's how Become started. It was my first project after putting that to the side. I was listening to, I remember I was at the grocery store listening to Adam Coble has a show that he does called, what is it? Heck, he has a GM and game design advice show.
Okay.
Office Hours, there we go. Where, you know, people send in questions and he answers them. And someone had asked, like, you know, what is it with mind control abilities that in D&D that people don't like? And he had a lot of really insightful things to say that I will not try to repeat. But in essence, like the thesis that I got from it is loss of agency sucks because character creation is hard. and people put in a lot of investment, like a lot of personal investment into their characters. So that moment of I have lost control, and something bad could happen to my character that I care about because of that, is like creates some really really visceral emotions for people. And I was walking down, I think, the like snacks aisle of a Safeway, um and I had this thought of like, well, what if your character didn't die when it died? Like, what if death wasn't an option? Then would loss of agency be less bad? Like, can we play, if we cordon off mortality, can we play in this region of agency? And that bursts this whole game, of being a program in a machine.
Cool. Well, for folks who aren't familiar, could you tell us a little bit about what Become is about?
Yeah, so I touched on it a little bit. That was the mechanical kernel that got me to
Mm-hmm.
start chewing. But really, Become is, setting wise, it's a tech noir investigation game. So if you think about sort of the setting of Tron, where you have like AI who are personified as characters that exist within a fully simulated environment, but then you just smash that together with the Maltese Falcon with this like noir, you know, Art Deco, investigative, tone. That's the setting for Become. But ultimately, while you explore mysteries and go through this digital environment and investigate other programs, really the mystery at the center of it and the investigation at the core of any game of Become is one of self discovery. As you know, these AI start from a place where like a person wrote them and was like, "This is who you are." But as you play, and more importantly, as you fail, you slowly begin to build your own principles, your own desires that, shape who you are.
Very cool, and I mean that's also excellent that you're making failure a key part of it because that's always something that, especially in modern games, that you hear needs to be a thing is failure must be interesting.
Yeah.
And if it contributes to your character's growth, I think that's all the more so. So that is awesome.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Spoken Magic.
Spoken Magic is, secretly another game about self-discovery. So all of my games, I write, with the exception of a few that are just like I wrote this to be silly. Like I wrote a nap LARP that fits inside of a single tweet, um, that I'm still pretty proud of. But that was just like me being silly. But all the games that I really sit down and take time to write out are made to like teach a thing, to get players to interact with an idea and get a better understanding of it. So while Become was sort of the formation of identity, Spoken Magic is a game where you, go on a journey and you collaborate with the other players at the table to solve problems with magic. Um, and then once you reach the end of your journey, you come back and you reflect on how that journey has changed you. Um, but sort of the really small elevator pitch I like for Spoken Magic is it's The Hobbit, but everybody plays Gandalf. Um, but but really, what's happening is at the beginning of the game tells you who you are, and then you play through and have these experiences with the other people at the table. And at the very end, the game asks you to define who you are, because I think so often that's what happens to people in real life is, you are, born and raised in a specific set of circumstances, and people will tell you who you are because of those circumstances. But it's our experiences and the moments that we share with other people around us that really shape that. And when when you go long enough and exist in that space for long enough, eventually you get to decide, who you are. And Spoken Magic really is a game about trying to, uh, experience that with other people.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, and that's I think it's very cool that you're putting out games that let people sort of play in that realm, because that's very it's kind of critical to the human condition, I would think. So
Yeah, I'd like to think that I'm saying something useful with these games, but that's ultimately not for me to decide.
very cool, though. Very cool. Do you have anything else going on game wise that you'd want to mention? Or talk
Yeah,
about?
so the way that I design games is a little weird. I have a running document of probably 20 or so games that I'm working on. But I have one that I'm actively writing right now, and by the time anyone sees this, I suspect I will have the fully playtestable version of it out. It's a game called Letting Go, which is a loose hack of a game by my friend Summer called Knowing You,
Oh
which
yes.
is Knowing You is a question and answer storytelling game that has a really interesting format, um, but explores the end of a relationship, um, through, like, you start at the end of the relationship and work your way backward. And with Letting Go, I wanted to take that same idea of having a game that exists purely in the space of somebody asking questions and someone answering them. But specifically, Letting Go is a game in which you explore someone's grief. You explore the grief of two people separating for whatever reason, whether it be moving apart, a breakup, a death, anything like that. And really diving into one player's grief, and figuring out what it looks like, but also getting to, hear those things that we never really get to hear in those situations, the responses, the things that the other person would want to say, and give players a moment, whether it's their coming up with characters for the game, or whether they had an NPC that they really cared about die in a campaign, or something like that they want to explore, really getting an opportunity to have those conversations that in real life we never get to have.
That is very cool. That is really cool. Well, I very much look forward to seeing when that comes out. In the meantime, if folks want to find any of these games online, where should they go?
Become, as of recording, Become is not available publicly. But if you are interested in it, I can tell you without revealing too much that you should be following the Twitter at Heartheld Games, which is the official Twitter for my games publishing label, which Become is being published under. Spoken Magic is available on my itch.io, which is ANARISIS .itch.io, or .itch.io. And Letting Go will be up on itch eventually, but the first playtest version will be available for free on my Patreon, which is also an RSS, which is where all of my playtest notes for new games, but also I do a bunch of like homebrew stuff that goes up there every month. So yeah, that's where you can find those things.
Excellent, awesome. Well, go forth and seek those things out, or wait upon their release, and I think you shall not be disappointed. Thank you very much for coming and chatting with us. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for asking to have me on and to have me talk about my games. It's nice. It's fun.
They deserve it. They absolutely do. Well, folks, I'm going to go ahead and throw things back over to probably myself, or to the moving break screen, whatever it is that I've got going on right now, as we're dashing around crazily in the background. But in the meantime, we will see you later. Hey, folks, welcome to the break. Simon is here with us to talk to us about some stuff that he has been working on. Hello.
Hello.
You have come out with a module recently, have you not? Fell Deeds in Felfair Grove?
Yes, a 5th edition, D&D 5th edition adventure for a second level party, 2nd to 4th. It's the first book in what I call the By Raven Chronicles. It's basically a series of 3 modules that take players from 2nd to 10th level.
Very cool. So it's like all 3 are contained in the one product?
No, right now this is the first part, and then
gotcha.
I am almost done writing the second part, and I got the draft of the third part already laid out.
Very cool. So you're doing a trilogy. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us a little bit what you can, without spoiling anything, about this adventure. What's it about?
So, Fell Deeds in Felfair Grove is first and foremost an adventure about overthrowing a tyrant and restoring a semblance of order to a small frontier town called Bromwich. So, of course, that being the general goal of the adventure, when the characters begin the adventure, they do not know that yet. They've been hired by the ruler of a town, a man by the name of Holden Garrett. Woof, I'm starting to forget the name of my own NPCs. And he's looking for missing lumberjacks. Basically, Bromwich is a logging town on the northern edge of the kingdom of Byraven, and people have gone missing. And so the players start investigating what happened to the lumberjacks. And some of the things that happen in the course of book 1 might not have answers yet. Some of the things in the adventure are somewhat answered, but I have like sidebars here and there that says like, oh, by the way, this is done on purpose because you'll find the answers in book 2 or book 3, because everything is tied together. So of course you can make up, if you just want to get Fell Deeds and start a campaign with it, you can make up your own answers to these things. But if you play the whole trilogy, you will see what happens or what's been happening in the background.
Very cool, very cool. Did you have a particular world in mind when you set this up, or is it more sort of an its own world thing, or?
It's so because I didn't want to have it released on the DM's Guild, specifically for intellectual property issues.
Mm-hmm.
I needed to make a completely generic place. So I made a completely generic place. It's a small, European sort of inspired country, something that you could easily wipe and replace with your own. One thing that I did enjoy doing is at the end of the first book, I've added an appendix where you have a list of all the gods that feature in the adventures. So I created these, again, sort of generic gods, though I did have to give them some sort of myth and origin stories and domains associated with them, so that way I could, substitute the, let's say, gods of, for example, the Forgotten Realms with these ones instead, and make sure that I don't...
Hey, apologies, Simon. We had to, we were, unfortunately, I was playing a second interview to try to deal with yet a slight technical thingy, but we're back. We have returned.
We're fine. We're fine. Just ignore the fires over there or something. It's fine.
I'm going to, for those of you wanting to see the rest of Simon's interview, I'm actually going to replay it in a couple of days, provided I can actually put it in the right place on the one-shots on Sunday, so it's going to go in there. But in the meantime, let us get back to this. So we we were at a point there, walking back through the woods to the cars, and Ori announces that they're trying to find out more about the name of that has come up, that was told to Scarlet by Piper, and that name is Ayazarish, which is a name Scully recognizes. Now, I guess the question is, are you going to mention anything on the way back, or are you going to wait until everyone gets together, or are you just going to suffer silently? What's Sully going to do about it?
Interesting name. Yeah, I might be able to get a beat on her.
Are you familiar with them?
From back in the day.
Interesting.
Is
Yeah.
the familiar with them as in a familiar, haha, I know them as a friend, or familiar with them as in, my name is Sully, I have a bullet with your name on it? I'm hoping it's the, haha, I have them as a friend.
So I assume that this is now taking place either at the car or at the mansion or something like that.
I feel like we've made it back to the cars.
We've cut ahead. Yeah, okay. All right.
You know, I'm hoping I don't seem like the kind of guy that has haha friends.
I like to think we're your haha friends.
No, you're just my friends. There's no haha to that.
What about, yeah, friends?
I
What?
appreciate that Sully takes our friendship seriously.
That is true. I do appreciate that he does take it very seriously.
Whatever. I actually need to return to my apartment and put a few things together.
All right, well, I guess we'll meet you back at the manor when you're ready.
Or sure.
Does that mean that Scarlet and I have to ride with everybody else back to the manor if he's taking the car?
We took 3 cars to this.
We did take 3 cars.
Well, I drove yours, and I guess you were in the pickup aspect of it.
Oh no, Sully was with me in the Roadster.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess we're going in the Roadster with you and giving Sully's keys back to him.
You get to drive a Roadster.
I doubt he's going to let me
I
drive.
will not let her drive the Roadster.
Who's
Oh,
the third?
she's
Who's got the
fine.
third car then?
I have the DeLorean.
He has the DeLorean, yeah.
We're riding in the DeLorean.
Perfect. You can choose the music. Because as soon as you get in, it's just like techno music.
Well, it's really quiet, but as soon as he opens up the gold wings, you hear techno music blaring.
I imagine there's like that LED strip lighting along like the floors and the door frames and stuff that's just like pulsating.
It totally is, and it's like it's like all like those black lights, so it makes all of like the neon lights in all the neon strips inside it look even more retro-ish and new wave.
But the windows are tinted from the inside, so you can't see any of that from the outside.
Yeah, you can't see any of this from the outside. It just looks like a DeLorean, but as soon as those gold wings go up, you see all of that.
Then it looks like a DeLorean.
Yes.
Yeah.
The most insane vehicle.
But you do know that as soon as Ori drives with anybody, she always hands over the aux cord to her passengers because she's like, I acknowledge that humans are much more sensitive to what they listen to than me. I am just feeling the beats.
Now the choice is, does Scarlet go into the car with Ozzy, or does she go with Ori and V?
Why did that make me sad?
Oh no!
Oh my gosh. Well, Ozzy is going to take the Roadster. He's actually going to tell Scarlet to go with Ori
What the?
and V because he wants to prepare the lab and everything for when they arrive.
We're going to go through the
Something to
drive-through at the
reach
Tim Hortons.
Yes, and make sure you go to the dive and make sure you get Timbits and coffee.
It's very
I want a
important.
Boston cream, and I'm gonna head into the car with V, and we're just gonna. Can I choose the music?
Ori just holds up the aux cord and is like, whatever you want.
And
Whichever
she's-
you like. I am not picky.
Alright, and she's gonna look through all her suggestions, and she's gonna pick a album from a K-pop group.
Ori's here for it.
All right, so you go through the one of the non-Fey Tim Hortons that in town. You can tell because it has a drive-through, and fairies don't like to be encircled that way. Anyway, so no, you basically you go and you get the you get that. You make your way back to the mansion. I do want to find out though. Just so that before we so I assume we've got the large group going to the mansion, the four of you going to the mansion. Then we have Sully doing some investigation. I want to find out what Sully is doing first, so that I can find out how many horrible things. How many wonderful things are happening in the interim. So what's Sully up to?
Sully gets in his car and drives back to his apartment. Where I'm thinking when he enters, there's probably it's a mess, but there's probably one space where he has it's clean, it's actually taken care of, and it's just where he's been searching for this hag for years. Every trace he could get, every lead he could follow. So I think he's looking at all that now, and he's trying to apply the name and figure something out.
Awesome. Okay, so let's see. So let me just check briefly. Well, first off, do you have any special moves specifically about hunting your specific prey? Because this is your specific prey.
Yes. When I'm hunting my prey, it's called I Know My Prey. I get +1 ongoing when knowingly investigating, pursuing, or fighting the breed of monster.
Okay. Awesome.
So I just get +1 ongoing.
Okay, so +1 to any move that you're going to make. Okay, to do that. Okay, cool.
In relation to her, yeah.
So that being the case, then, I guess we'll do. So, yeah, looking at it, it's one of those weird things where we could. This is another situation where we could go either investigate a mystery or read a bad situation. I feel like since you're looking into your store of knowledge, but yeah, probably it's going to be investigate a mystery this time, I think. So yeah, go ahead and do that. Roll it's plus sharp either way, but you roll plus sharp and you get an extra +1 for it being a hag.
Come on. 12.
Perfect. All right. So you get. And you get to hold 2. You get 2 questions from the list.
Okay.
I think that's the first full success that we had where we hadn't had to get a luck for it.
I think we've had a few.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and repost the list here so you can see
Oh,
what
all
it
right.
is. And we can bend these little bits if need be.
So I think I know the answers to at least one of these questions. I think since I'm looking through these old notes and like cross-referencing and making new paths, I'm gonna first go with what is being concealed here.
Okay. Let's see. You come across you come across something that you realize that you'd kind of you weren't sure if it was literal or not, but this reference to the idea that hags can wear other faces. So you realize as you're sort of looking through that she's probably, if she's been around, well, you're going to realize a couple of things. One, if she's been around, she's been pretending to be somebody else. Or several somebody else's. Secondly, she also, if she hasn't been around, there's a possibility she has the ability to move into these other realms, these other planes of existence. So that's a possibility. And let me think about this. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are the basics that you're thinking. As far as there are so many things being concealed, so it's possible.
The very important second question: where did it go?
Where did it go? Okay.
Where are you? Where'd you go? And why are you back?
Where'd you come from? Where'd you go? Where'd you go from? How can I know?
So, again, putting together what you can out of things that you've kind of heard, putting together things that you've heard both on this case and from your notes. You're getting the impression that she's probably gone somewhere to prep for some kind of big thing, probably a ritual of some kind that's going to happen tomorrow at midnight.
Okay.
And if she has access to these other planes, you're also, let's see, I don't know if this information wasn't spoken while you were there, but one thing that you do come across, if you're trying to figure out sort of what she's doing, what she's kind of doing, you get the sort of the lore is sort of weird and conflicting, because on the one hand, it's like she can travel to different places of existence. She sort of looks through the cracks in reality and moves through sometimes if she finds the right angles that go up and up into other places. But the impression you get both from when you met her before, was that she was kind of cut off from a place she kind of considered home. So while she does have just this lateral ability to move into these other places, there is one place she's apparently still trying to reach for some reason. It's either a place she reveres or fears. So she has some sort of strange relationship with it. And in your notes, it's referred to as the Distant Marsh.
The Distant Marsh. It all comes together.
And she hasn't gone there. I'm going to specify this since you asked the question, where did she go? But you think she's either trying to get there or trying to get something from there. And it's like she can't get there yet.
Okay.
So she's using something involving these other planes to try to do something with it. Maybe this ritual is going to have something to do with it, whatever it is that she's doing. So she's closer, and as best you can determine, to more properly sort of answer where did she go. She's probably in the physical world more often than not, just based on what you've been piecing together, because she's been interacting with people.
Damn.
In some way, especially if she's connected to this fae that was selling drugs, because apparently it did go missing at the same time as I don't know if I can't remember how much they told you about this, but the griffin liver went missing at the same time as the sextant, so that's a connection. But but if it's connected, at least, then he might be something of a go-between involving different realms, possibly.
Okay. So I'm imagining this takes quite some time. So Sully's actually gonna text and say, "I'm not coming tonight." As he researches, and after he's done researching, he takes apart all his guns and cleans them properly. Takes good care of them, puts them back together, and just looks at a picture of probably Aya's like one of her past selves, and just, "You're not going anywhere. I'm coming for you."
Awesome. Okay. So, let us find out what's happening at the mansion.
Leap over.
Meanwhile, back at the mansion.
So you have arrived at Teslagrad Manor. What are you all doing there?
Not touching the mushroom.
It's important.
I have given Ozzy the sample of the drug to analyze. And then Ori would be waiting for his direction. She's just kind of hanging out, like sitting on a table somewhere, swinging her legs while she looks at Spot.
V is deep diving into Google, pulling up maps of the area, trying to figure out what this marsh is, because clearly she doesn't have the information that Sully has. And has Scarlet told anybody else other than Sully about Piper's proposition?
Yeah, she probably would let, once everyone gets to Mitch, she would let everybody else know what was going on. She would probably relay what's been happening.
This seems like a really paranoid statement, but Ozzy, if I search on one of your computers, or do you have a way to make sure your search history is not found? So if I look for the Cult of Edison, would that be a beacon to let them know that I'm looking at them after them?
I think Ozzy's computer system, because he's always like doing research on them.
Okay.
I don't think it would ever set up any like pings or red flags to them if he was looking them up. At least I think that's so. I think that's what probably would be that way.
Okay. Well, then, if you think, even if you're wrong, if you think it's safe, she'll do some research. Just kind of she's in the corner. She's got her headphones in. She's just going into research gumshoe mode.
Okay.
I think like I'll probably be like nearby V, because like I don't think Scarlet really feels like she wants to kind of be alone right now, and she's gonna send a text to her master on some updates that she has on the investigation, onto the what she has so far, and updates on the missing griffin livers, what's been happening with that, and she'll tell them who exactly has the sextant right now.
Can I pitch a scene to you? So if we're watching a show, it's going to cut back and forth to what everyone's doing, and it's going to start off with you've probably got a I'm guessing Ozzy's got a sectional. It's like kind of in two parts, and you've got Scarlet over here and V doing her research over here, and then like the next, like everyone's doing something, it cuts, and Scarlet's now just a little closer. And then like everyone does something, cuts, Scarlet's just a little bit closer. And by the fourth thing, they're both doing their own thing, but the headphones that they're listening to are now stretched out, and both of them are kind of like doing their own thing, but they're both listening to music.
Oh, that's so cute.
It's adorable.
That is adorable.
Nice.
Ori feels left out and puts on like some over-ear headphones. There's nothing playing through them. But she wants to look like a cool teenager, and so has them on like over her hood.
Ozzy took the sample of the mushroom and sample of the drug and brought it to the lab and started working on trying to figure out trying to break down this drug down to its like core elements to see what it's made of and maybe trace finding traces with that. Also trying to figure out where these mushrooms come from.
Okay. All right. So, I'm going to go in, first off, again, unless you have a special thing, a special move for this, I'm going to start with V's research. It says we've got V researching and we have Ozzy researching and the other sort of supporting, right? Is that a good picture of it, or is someone doing a thing that I missed?
I'm texting my mentor right now,
Right.
letting him know what's been going on.
So I
Do
think
you
we've got
tell your mentor-
science research, physical crime research, and magical research.
Okay.
I would probably assist with the magical research, since I would have more of a field in that.
Right. All right.
Murray
Okay.
is just waiting to help out where needed.
Okay. Gotcha.
She has
gotcha.
gone into assistant mode. And I imagine she's like, just at this point, that just involves bringing coffee and donuts to whoever looks like they're running low and asking, "May I assist?"
Awesome. So Scarlett, you're texting your mentor. How much do you tell your mentor about what has happened?
I would tell him about how the griffin livers, that she knows that some of them are going to be used in a ritual that's happening tomorrow night. Some of them are being formed. She'll tell them how some of it's been transformed into a drug form, with the promise that it will make the ones who consume it fly, quote unquote fly. And she'll also say that she doesn't know yet who was the one who stole the sextant, but she does have an identity of the person who currently possesses it. And she'll give the name. She'll tell them that much.
Okay. So you don't tell them how you got the name or anything like that then, I'm guessing.
No.
Okay, just checking. All right.
Yeah, I'm not telling them much, no.
Just kind of helpful to know.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay.
Well, it's different from the role that I have, because I'm not asking for info, I'm giving them info.
Right. Yeah, of course. Okay.
It's a bit different on that end.
Okay. So the thing that yeah, so as you're basically telling all these things, I don't think it's going to be a big deal necessarily, but that's just basically you're going to get a text back, stay on it. Essentially, that's mostly what you're going to get back at this point. Let's see, you also said what the griffin liver is being used for. Did you tell them who it is that had the name of the individual that was selling the stuff made from griffin liver?
Malachi Red.
Okay. All right.
And did I hear about like how Zarish was his employer? Did I hear that part? So I informed that.
I think that I mean, you heard the speculation about that. I think everyone's been speculating about that.
I'll let them know my theory. Know my theory as well.
Right now, only Sully knows who Ayazarish is. I don't think Sully has actually shared anything that he knows yet. But you probably it's not confirmed that she's the employer, but there's a link. obviously, between the two things, because, again, the theft's happening at the same time. So, all right, I'm going to write that down. I'm going to go over to V real quick. Remind me again what you are, what area you are what you're researching at this point.
I think she's going to try to just take all the information that she has. So there's a couple of things. One, she is going to try to find out about the marsh, since she doesn't know any better. So she's going to be looking at land maps of the area, find out if there's any place in BASIC that might correspond with that. Mm-hmm. We now know that the Fae are involved specifically, so I want to look at maybe local... anyone who's published pictures of fairy rings in the area. So if there's been a site, if they've shown up in some location other than just in that forest, and then maybe anything involving the cult of Edison.
Okay. So
and just corresponding to where we found the victims.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
So mundane research.
Okay. Perfect. I would like you to I'm going to say investigate a mystery.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to roll 2 and add 2. That's bad.
That's a single D6.
Oh, whoop. Yep, sorry. It's supposed to do. We're gonna add to that 3 with a 1. Still bad. It's still a 6.
Do you want me to help you out there?
Yeah, we're both working. That might help.
All right, I'll help you out.
In what way are you helping?
If there's something like I'm pointing out that's more magically that has to do with the Fae, I'll point it out.
Okay.
Those missing links.
So you try to identify those things, places on the map that are more magically delicious, and
yes.
Go ahead and make your helping roll. That is a lot of help. Okay.
That's a lot of help right there.
Wow. It still only bumps me to a 7, but it keeps us from being an utter failure. So
that's correct.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. So what is it that? Let's see. So you get a 7 on your investigating mystery. You get a question.
Yeah,
yes,
specifically it's all right, so the question, what do you think, since you're helping me with this one, Scarlet? Are we looking at what happened here, or what is being concealed here? Which seems like the more obvious one, but
I would say what is being concealed here is a good one.
Yeah, I think we're just trying to find connection. So what is being concealed here?
Okay. So there's something very key here, and it has to do with the fact that, and I need to ask a couple of questions of you, because there are some things that are kind of opening up here because Scarlet is helping you, and I need to find out some things. So,
sure.
Scarlet, as this is a thing where you're looking at maps, you're looking at sites of power, potentially, or at least areas where lines of power converge, figuring out things based on where the victims were, trying to figure out things based on, the whole dimensional properties of everything. And also, though, V is trying to fork in anything that you might know about the Cult of Edison, which isn't a lot. Right now, Ozzy knows more about the Cult of Edison probably than anyone who's doing research separately. But Scarlet knows a little bit about them, because they have kind of tangled with them in the past. Or at least your cult has. But when you're looking at sites of power and what have you, do you include the I want to say clubhouse, whatever your cult's your base of operations is in there?
She probably she knows that it's not the best idea. Like she cares about her friend, she cares about another person that she cares a lot more about, but she knows right now they're not ready to know where exactly it is, so she's gonna kind of keep it.
Okay, you're gonna keep that secret. Okay, all right. The thing that V is going to find that is being concealed, then. Yes, there's a pattern of sorts. It's the places where presumably these gates have been opening up to let people fly and fall down after they are emerging from the dream continent. There actually is kind of a... So... Yeah, there is... I'm trying to get this together. There's a place kind of at the middle of this that's kind of sort of central to the pattern. It's actually not very far from the junkyard. There is, I want to say it's probably something along the lines of an abandoned water processing plant.
All right.
That's mostly underground. There was a point where earlier in the city's history that there was a redirect of how the water was handled. And I think Ozzy was probably personally involved in that at some point. There's this spot it's not really a building that's accessible from above ground, but it's this area that's probably accessible via sewer.
Yay!
That looks like is kind of in the middle. It's this weird sort of... It's like as you're just sort of... And again, you've only got like 3 victims to work from, but factoring that in with other known arcane locations, the circle in the forest, where you got the mushroom, and then Scarlet's able to help fill in a few other places where there might be either gates or just places of power. That's kind of the area right in the middle of those that's positioned well for something. You could do something there. You're not sure what, but you could do a thing, and it would have some kind of an arcane effect.
I see. So this is not something that I would gather this information and I can explain it, but only Scarlet's going to understand the...
Yeah, Scarlet would understand what you could do. You know enough to realize, you know enough to know, like, okay, if I draw a circle on a map, I can figure out what the middle is,
Right, sure.
when this has something to do with it. And you figure out it's like, okay, this could have something to do with something. And you suspect that maybe it's like, okay, could you do like as you're kind of talking with Scarlet and stuff, as you're sort of figuring out like it out, that it's you sort of come up with these thoughts, and Scarlet's able to confirm them for you.
Okay. Good to know. Seems like something we would want to go investigate with Sully once Sully shows back up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, because it's involving a sewer, if I tell Ozzy I know Ozzy's going to is going to force us to borrow one of his speed suits. I'm sure he has a collection of coveralls.
I have so many coveralls.
For every occasion.
Yes.
Well, let us...
he 100% corrects them every time when they say jumpsuit. No, it's a speed suit.
For science purposes.
For science purposes.
I am so curious. Oh, man. Okay. So, the next the next thing we're going to do is we're going to head over to Ozzy's research. And again, remind me one more time what it is that Ozzy is looking into.
Definitely looking into the mushrooms and the drugs, analyzing them, and trying to figure out anything he can get from them.
Okay. So you're analyzing the drugs mainly, and okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue to investigate a mystery.
Okay.
I think that's probably going to be the best
All right.
best way to tackle this.
Ooh.
Alrighty. So you get 2 questions.
Okay. So for this, I would say for this, it would definitely be so for the drugs. This is only for pertaining for the drugs, right?
Yeah, I think this is mostly dealing with the drugs. Yeah.
Okay. Let's say, what can it do?
Yeah. So you've done a deep analysis of this, and it's very interesting. This drug has some dimensional properties to it, which is fascinating. So this has that element which you know that normal science would not be able to figure out what it is. But which Scarlet has told you is griffin liver, the synthesis, the way this is synthesized, it's interesting. There are arcane energies have been used in creating this. So what it does, as far as you're able to tell, is this drug actually, if you are in anywhere near proximity to some kind of a gate or transitional point or source of energy that could get you to hop planes. This drug apparently takes you right into the dream continent and temporarily gives you the power of flight while you're there. The dream continent is kind of a place where sort of what is in the mind and what is in the physical are kind of the border is a little thin there. So it's kind of like flying in your dreams, apparently. You think from what your analysis tells you this would be like for a human. But it does something else. And again, this is a weird kind of you feel as though, so you've encountered again creatures from different places, different dimensions, and some of them have some sort of degree of like psychic ability, connection. This drug seems to establish some kind of a psychic tether in the person that takes it, that connects them to something.
Okay.
So that perhaps, and you're not sure exactly how this would work, but perhaps there would be a connection of that person's mind to basically someone else's mind. You don't know, what the strength of the connection would be. You're not sure exactly how much information would get passed back and forth. But it would provide something, some kind of a sort of a connection to this other, whatever it is.
Do I get one more question with my 11, or is it only get one question?
You get 2 questions.
I would attack. What is being concealed here?
Well, just from the way that, in part, from the way they were distributing it, they probably didn't tell them that, when it wears off, you pop back in and you fall.
Right.
So there was that. it's this thing was created. It was some kind of arcane alchemy, basically. This is the kind of expertise it would take to make something like this is not something you usually see. This is an old process. This is a very old alchemical process. That, it comes back that one sees every now and then, but it's it's a thing most people would not be able to do this. This kind of thing. It is like the sort of the sort of thing that would be the province of they're like maybe a handful of supernatural creatures that would be able to pull this off.
So whoever has knowledge to create these drugs definitely has knowledge that is from the old times, before times. Using elements that are beyond the usual 118. Look at me, quoting basic science. We all know this 150. Daughter!
Yes? You just see her look up from where she's kind of been like shaking the container that Spot lives in. She puts it down and it's just like, please behave. And then walks over to where Ozzy is.
So, I have concluded it such as this. Whoever created this drug has knowledge far, far older than I could even fathom. But it was definitely not someone of the natural plane, definitely a supernatural plane of existence. This drug allows those to teleport, as it were, to the dream plane, but also gives them flight. And when they teleport back, they, gravity kicks in and, they fall.
Sounds like they should put better warning labels on this drug. The FDA
They
would
should.
not approve, according to legislation.
Well, not the real FDA would approve. Because we all know about the real FDA and secret president, but that's something I told you about years ago. I don't think it'll ever come back up again.
Fraternal demonic alchemy.
But here is the truly distressful thing about this drug. Whoever takes it, they create a psychic tether to something or someone. If there was only a way I could test this, if I could find a way to monitor. Oh! And he runs off, and I would like to use my move science. And I would like to create a device that, like a helmet, that can monitor the tether between a person ingesting the drug and whoever it's linked to, if that's possible.
Is there a way to, just to jump in, since we were already modifying your window a couple episodes ago to figure out if you could see into that realm, is there a way that you could connect the two so you're...
Yeah.
Yeah, you were basically already trying to do something with your dimensional portal, right? To make that work.
That's
but now I want to definitely make it so that if someone took this drug, we can then see through the dimensional portal from the tether that's been created to see who it's going to.
Yeah, you could. You'd basically use the portal as a way to track them, to track their movements, and just sort of focus in on them. And that actually, with the proper application, it'll take a so it's let me look at your move real quick. Let me reopen that so that I can see the the specifics on there of what, because I think I know what I'm going to say about it, but I just want to pull it open here, just so that I've got it in front of me. This is Action Scientist. Okay. Science!
Science?
It does require an enormous amount of power. So you can do it, but it's going to... the main thing is you're going to need to draw a lot of power to do it, while it's active. So there are a number of power sources you could use. It's just that when you do, it's probably going to be noticed.
I consider this for a second, and I think about this like it's pretty late on a night. I don't think anyone would notice one brownout, would they? No, they wouldn't. So
just gonna use the city grid, are we?
Yeah. So I sent a text to everyone letting them know that I will be accessing the city grid for a brief moment to run an experiment.
you text everyone. So does Sully get a text?
Sully gets a text saying
like, I'm gonna access the city grid.
Like, dear Sully, I am using the city grid for a quick second.
Please back up all your work.
Please back up and save anything you have been doing right now.
Ozzy, I'm in the middle of the last gun. Give me a few minutes.
Okay. And so Ozzy will patiently wait a few minutes while like whatever Sully is doing. He's like kind of like doing like the little like motion like a kid who's really excited to open presents on Christmas. So he's like
while everyone's waiting for Sully to finish cleaning his gun so that we can tap into the power grid, Ori is just like holding up the bag that has the mushroom in it and like just trying to see if she feels anything while holding it. And she's also contemplating cutting off a small piece to feed to Spot.
Ooh. Okay.
Ozzy would 100% support that because through science you must perform tests.
All right, so I think this warrants another mystery investigation roll.
Investigation. No, wait.
Investigate mystery. So you're going with sharp.
Sharp. Oof. I'm gonna use a luck point there.
Okay. Oh, congratulations! That's a 12.
Perfect.
So you get 2 questions.
All right. Find the list again. Okay, so what can it do? I think is going to be the first question.
The mushroom?
Yeah.
So by itself, nothing, but it helps anchor it helps anchor a fairy circle. It essentially can help provide transit for those of the Fae who know how to use it back and forth. Anyone else would sort of probably depend on when you do it, as to whether you could use the fairy circle to get through to the fairy realm. It looks like it probably goes to the fairy realm from what you have analyzed and from what little you know about other planes of existence and stuff. But I mean that I give you fairy realm because just the manner in which you are in is a place where a study of other realms happens. So
fair.
That's a thing.
And then for the second question, I guess I would ask, like, what can hurt it? As if, like, if there would be a way, something that would disrupt it without causing great harm to the person trying to destroy it.
I'm gonna broaden the definition of it here. Do you want to know what can hurt the circle, the the mushroom, the fairy circle, or the creature that went through it, like red?
I
or
feel
are
like
you
the
more...
circle itself, because Ori's pretty confident that if she saw the Fae again, she could either shoot it or hit it with her sword.
Worth a shot.
Potentially. Yeah. But she's more interested in disrupting transit through the circle.
See, it's interesting because, I need to answer this from the perspective of someone who's using non-arcane means to do it, because it's like there are arcane ways of doing it, but to actually do it using science would probably... Yeah, it would require you'd need some kind of dimensional dampening thing, something that can harness arcane energies and turn them back on back against themselves. So you'd have to create some sort of arcane short circuit if you wanted to like really mess it up. Otherwise, you could get some sort of something that dampens dimensional energies, and use that instead.
Okay.
And that would, so it's a question of the difference between closing it and blowing it up, basically.
Fair. That makes sense.
And those are the questions.
I'm done cleaning, by the way.
Excellent.
Does he send a text to Ozzy?
All right. I'm done for now.
Okay.
I'm going to sleep.
Wonderful. So I like to think this is like what you see.
So, presumably everyone has now been told, does when Ozzy tells you sends you these texts, folks, that this is or V and Scarlet in particular, that this is about to happen, are you going to like back up your stuff and then go and see what Ozzy is doing, or are you just gonna like hang out somewhere else in the manor, or? I just want to know if everyone's together or not.
Yeah, V's learned from experience that when they're going to do an experiment that has this kind of potential, if you can't physically be there to help, then it's best to be on the porch just in case the blast shields go down. So you're not trapped inside. Humans trapped inside have a tendency to get changed.
Okay. So
like the company.
So V and Scarlet are hanging out on the porch, I take it.
Quote unquote porch, I guess.
Okay, and Ori and
They
Ozzy
have
are
an
inside.
old-fashioned porch swing on their porch. I mean,
Absolutely.
Yeah, totally.
Awesome. Okay.
It's
And
like
so-
a antique, but not the kind you have to like go antiquing for, because we just had it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's seat warmers. Ozzy can't leave. I imagine that Ozzy can't leave anything alone. So like, you have something that has an intended purpose, and then there's like one level of fidgetry, and then a next level of fidgetry on it.
Yeah, originally it started out as an automatic porch swing.
Yeah, like a baby swing.
Yeah,
for adults.
Which then led to seat warmers, which then led to cup holders.
Yeah.
And built-in speakers.
Oh, and built-in
Yeah.
speakers, yes.
Awesome.
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 There's a phone charger built into that's actually
Give this
powered
guy
by the
anything.
swinging. Oh, it's the beginning of his what's it called? The perpetual motion machine.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, that was his prototype for the perpetual motion machine.
Nice.
Yeah,
It just had to be moved outside of the house because of all the fires.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Okay, so Scarlet and V are outside, and Ozzy and Ori are in the lab, I take it. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Now I'm sorry. Now what do you want to do?
So he has it set up so that there is the dimensional window. He has the dimensional window up and running. And he has a box connected to the dimensional window. And you see him, he puts something inside of the box and closes it. He says, "Now, Ori, Schrodinger will be our test subject for this."
Oh no.
Wait, did we actually find Schrodinger?
I think
That's
so.
a good question.
He's inside the box.
We don't know if actually.
We don't know.
We
We
don't
don't
know
know
if the
if Schrodinger's
cat.
inside the
Is
box.
he inside the box?
We don't know.
Shit.
There's-
Ozzy put something in the
trust-
box. We don't know what's in there.
I trust that Schrodinger will be a good test subject. If not, there is Spot.
Perhaps Spot would be a better test subject since Spot is a current known, where Schrodinger still remains known and unknown until I look in the box again.
Schrodinger is also, or Spot is also extra dimensional already.
That is very true. He may not be affected by it as much as poor Schrodinger would be.
He may also survive the fall.
He is quite viscous. This is true. Wonderful, wonderful notions, daughter. And he pulls out a gold star and gives it to her.
Oh my god.
She sticks it like on her mask. Just like on the cheek.
Mind you, this is not the first gold star he has given her.
No, it's like there's like a slowly, you can see the outline from where the other one had been, and it like she like peeled it off. So now there's another one.
So he goes to the box, he looks inside, he's like, Schrodinger was not in the box.
No.
Disappointment.
Yes. Well, let's put Spot in.
It'll dump out the container that has Spot, and put him in the box.
Okay.
Now, we have Spot inside of the box. Now's your question. You would ask, Father, how would you administer the drug to Spot? Well,
Mother, how would you administer the drug to Spot?
Exactly. Good question, daughter. And he pulls out one of those like one of those hydraulic like needle things from before, and puts it into the box, and pulls the trigger to administer the drug into the box.
Okay. How much of the drug are you using?
I'm only using I'll use half of it.
Okay. So, do you first off before I lean in one particular direction here? Do you have a move for anything that we're about to do here? Do you have a special
Engineering. Well, this is basically if I want to fix or break a complicated gadget.
move? Okay, yeah, that's just the gadget itself.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna use one of the magic moves here.
Okay.
And yeah, I think this actually technically is gonna fall under use magic because you want to observe another place or time.
Okay.
So you're gonna be rolling plus weird
Boy.
to do this. And then, so, yeah, Spot has some decisions to make. Once,
I would like to use a luck point.
okay. You
Definitely want to use a luck point.
do you want to roll and see if it's necessary, or do you,
No, I know I rolled. I got a 4.
Oh, you did? Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Yes.
I did
Okay,
very
yes,
bad.
yes, luck. Okay. All right, so on a 10 plus, the magic works without issues, and you would choose your effect, which is presumably to observe another place or time. I'm thinking. Unless you want to pick another effect from the list.
What's the list again?
Let me go ahead and copy it for you. I'll go ahead and put it. Actually, I'll go ahead and put it in the Roll20 chat so that everyone can see it. Oh, that's a long list. I'll also put it down in the Zoom chat so that it's perhaps easier to read.
I'm definitely gonna do observe another place or time.
Okay. Yeah. Now, you already know you're not going to have the level of control over this stuff that you would if you administered this to a person.
Mm-hmm.
But you administer it to Spot, and you just want to see. Basically, you just administer it to see what happens. Is there a particular thing that you're hoping to happen?
I'm hoping to see that, and then like after I administer it, I hope that the connection like at least some kind of connection, the mental connection is made between Spot and whatever it is on the other end. So then the
Gotcha.
dimensional window can record it.
Okay.
And that is like when definitely he taps in. As soon as after he administers it, that's definitely when he starts to power on the machine.
All right. So you're actually just trying to hone in on whatever this is connected to, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So, you inject it, and after a moment, Spot is vibrating. Spot vanishes.
All right, now, throw the switch, daughter.
I'll throw the switch and hope that it's the right one. Pull the lever, Krux.
How often in a game does your character get to throw a knife switch?
Yes, exactly.
Lever.
And activate mad science. Okay.
Why do we even have that lever?
So, lights are dimming in the city for just a moment. We see this brief montage across the
I feel like as me and B are just like on the porch swing, we just have like this view of the city. You just see it dimming for a moment, and I just look to be just like, did you see that too? Or
So I like that we have this kind of montage of them throwing levers. It's like dun 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 dun, and then it just cuts to us rocking on the porch. You just see the light of the city just go, and then it cuts back, and it's like aha! And rather than pushing this switch down, it's up, and it's like. The city just goes.
Well, so you're getting an image. The portal is forming an image. You see this individual, this hunched individual, with long, spindly fingers. She's in a dark, it's kind of a dank place. It's not too dark. Wide open area. And you can see her look up. She has a long, crooked nose. And you see her adjusting some things. She's standing in the middle of this big... You can't quite... It's you're trying to get controls to pull out and maybe try to figure it out, but right now you're just getting images. Standing in the center of this big sort of machinery that looks like it's been cobbled together from a bunch of different parts. And she's changing and aligning something on, it looks like some kind of arcane device. It's actually, no, you know what a sextant is. That she's setting on this platform in the center. As she's just looking up and very quickly making adjustments and looking through.
Looking at the fingers, I imagine I'm kind of looking over or around Ozzy through the window. Would these fingers be like ones that I would associate with that creepy touch back in? Okay. And second question, are any of the parts that I see clockwork that would look like my form, or like potentially silver that might have gone missing?
A little bit.
I'm just tug on Ozzy's shoulder. Swear.
Oh, yes.
I am unsettled. I do not like this.
You kind of
she's kind of figured it out, and she kind of gives him a hug back with like one arm.
It unsettled.
She's starting to turn. She sniffs the air.
Throw the switch! Throw the switch down! Throw the switch!
And I throw the switch.
I need whoever is operating this machine to act under pressure, please.
Oh boy, that's definitely me. Yeah.
Am I helping out by throwing the switch?
We can say that
Okay. Cool.
if you
Cool.
desire.
Cool. Oh god. Cool. Oh no. Oh no.
Oof.
So,
That would bring us up to a 5.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So it's a little question. Are you using luck, or would you like some XP?
I'm gonna use luck. I'm gonna do it.
Okay. All right.
Oh yeah.
So there is a moment as this is happening, as you're trying to... Are you going to try to get a quick question? Are you going to try to get a lock on Spot, or are you just going to leave Spot to their own devices?
I'm gonna try to get a lock on Spot.
All right. We'll do that in a moment. As you're continuing to try to make adjustments on the machine, she turns and she is looking through the portal at you. And this sort of jutting jaw that she has, that you see her mouth opens, and you see even just, it's like a little saliva possibly coming out. As you see this creature, and you see her pointing, and as she says the sudden recognition as she points in Ori's direction, and
Ori draws her sword.
mouth pulls back into an impossibly wide grin. And then the picture changes because you're now readjusting. So she didn't have time to do anything. She was in a strange night. You didn't get a lot of her surroundings, but you saw her just what was immediately around her. And Ozzy, I would like you once again to act under pressure if you would like to try to get a lock on Spot.
All right.
Ori is now just standing guard, like with her sword drawn.
7.
Okay. Spot is Spot has been you're sort of as you're looking at this. I think we're gonna go for. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with price to pay here. Spot is zooming toward. Spot has an unusual degree of control over whatever this is, and is zooming toward this this area that looks very. Actually, as you see it coming closer, this area on the Dream Continent. You think this is the Dream Continent you're seeing, because Spot was like high above this, moving rapidly toward this area of this sort of strange, sort of swooping, impossibly angled caverns. It looks like on this sort of continent/map that you kind of, Ozzy, sort of reminds you a little bit of the dimension that you found Spot in. And it's sort of hurtling toward it. And you can see... You can still... There's something else affecting it, Spot, but Spot also kind of veers slightly and seems to be moving toward something right next to it, which looks a lot like a depiction of a swamp of some kind. You have a lock, and there appears to also be... There are other energies that are trying to, like... You're getting feedback like crazy. Something is... a couple of sparks are flying from a couple of controls. There's some sort of energy source that's also trying to lock on Spot. It's very strange.
Could I look at the readings for the sources? Look familiar in any way?
Oh yeah, you think it's what you were just looking at. It's that same, it's whatever Spot's connected to. And you see that Spot's almost about to pop through, you don't know if Spot's going to make it or not to wherever the swamp thing is that it's getting redirected to. But they're almost, you think that the energies are waning, so it's either going to pop out of there in a second, or it's going to land in that swamp. You're not sure which is going to happen if you don't do anything.
I look at Ori. Ori, we have a choice to make. If we let Spot fall, we will have a location. But if we bring Spot back, it will set us back a bit.
We need the location. I do not want that creepy woman here. Bringing Spot back puts us in greater danger.
Okay. So he'll set the control so it lets Spot go directly to that location.
All right. Spot plummets into the marsh. As it does so, you hear this sort of coming through, just something. You can hear this cackling coming through, just this sort of like from this almost electronic cackling coming through on one of your sensors. You hear this sort of distorted and then there is another surge, and the portal closes. And Scarlet and V are sitting on the porch, and every light in the city goes out.
I'm just looking at the porch sign and just like seeing if there's any fires on it, and it's gonna be like, yeah, I think there's something wrong with the swing.
I like the idea that all the lights in the city go out. For a moment, we're in total darkness, and then the atmosphere lights built into this porch swing kick in, which is like a soft glow.
Oh yeah, the manor is fine. The manor has got its own power source.
Makes sense.
But it kicks on. You're good.
Oh,
So, are there fires attached? Is the swing causing fires?
No.
Okay. There's no fires this time.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Oh, dear.
that's a relief. That's a big relief. Because I don't want that incident from when we tried to see who can swing the farthest inside did not work out that well.
Yeah, no, I learned my lesson.
So we're going to be going a little bit longer tonight than typically. So I just wanted to ask, do we want to take another break at this point? Just so we can, before we get into our final finishing off of things, is inevitably about to happen.
I could go for refilling my water bottle quickly.
All right.
I think the rest of the household needs to be informed that this is not over yet.
All right. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. See you shortly.
Oh boy.
we have returned.
Who lives?
So-
Who dies? Find out now.
So you have a little more information now. You have now a lock on the marsh, this place. But from what you've been able to tell, you think now so does the creature you were observing. Because clearly she was looking for something.
I'm definitely gonna let the others know the full results of what happened with the experiment. Like, let them know he's found whoever made this drug. So I say, does Sully eventually come to the manor?
Perhaps we should move ahead to say the next morning, when and at some point after. So you folks hang out. Power eventually comes back on. There's power companies running around like crazy, sort of like the next morning, getting things turned back on in the city, and. Sully, you're going to, it's presumably are you going to meet back up with folks at the manor?
Yeah, Sully shows up early. Like, earlier than they've probably ever seen him, and probably more serious than they've ever seen him.
You show up to find Ori still with her sword out, and sitting upright in a chair, cross-legged, but upright this time. No spot to be seen, evidently. And her sword is just, like, sitting across her lap.
I feel like also you would see in the vicinity, you would just see V just, like, looking at something on her laptop, and you just see this, like, Scarlet just, like, putting her with her head on her shoulder, just asleep.
I give V the look. All right. And he's going to walk past. All right, what do I need to know?
You definitely find Ozzy just setting up weapons ready to go for this. You see him setting up a large electric cannon, several smaller laser pistols. It looks like something you'd probably see in Men in Black, just like a bunch of these chrome weapons set out. He looks up, he's like, you're here. Wonderful. All right, meeting time, everyone, meeting time.
What on earth happened?
It's too early.
About just a little bit.
Oh, don't worry, Scarlet. Time is just an illusion. Now,
Is there at least any more Tim Hortons coffee left?
oh yes, there's plenty of it. We did not drink any. This is all for you guys. I
microwaved coffee.
He pours Scarlet a big old cup of coffee. Now, several revelations. One, we have located the person who was making this drug.
You found her?
Yes, we did find her. We do have an image of her, and he pulls out like a dot matrix printout of the picture they had.
That's her. It's a bad image, but yeah.
It's a very bad image, yes, but this is her.
There you are.
Yes.
There you are.
8-bit hag.
Yes, it's. I'm not sure what. Yes. Do you know her, Sully?
I do. Been looking for her.
Do you know why she would be looking for me, Sully?
She's looking for you.
She recognized me through the portal, and her machine was made partially of clockwork and silver that I know the owner of the junkyard thought was being stolen.
Strange. No, she's, well, it's a bit out of her range. She usually goes after humans. But yeah, I was investigating last night, found out a bit, well, not found out, but I finally pieced together all I know about hags.
Hag, that's what it's called. And he writes hag on the paper.
Yeah, they got a reason why she was so hard for me to track down is that she can take many faces on, so you can travel between worlds as far as her abilities go, and of course magic. But
Would being able to travel through the dream continent be one of those worlds that she could go?
I'm assuming so. She's trying to reach what's it called? The distant march, I think. Some sort of place that's supposed to be special to her, I think.
I think I can definitely provide more insight on that. We have located the distant marsh, or the marshland, or the swampland that she wants to go to.
You found it.
Yes, we did find it.
Okay.
However, in result of our test and the power outage and trying to block her from finding our instruments, she also located the marshlands also.
Ozzy,
I know, but still, we now have a location. We have to get there before she does.
I suppose it doesn't matter. She's not getting there.
Why isn't she getting there?
'Cause I'm going to put a bullet in her skull.
Oh my, that was well timed. I'm glad I set you up for that one.
Can we at least get the sextant from her first before
Yeah,
putting
yes,
a bullet in her
she
head?
also has the sextant.
Perhaps we should put the bullet in her head first, and then take the sextant from her cold, dead hands.
I
If-
agree. That's actually the best. That's the best route.
Approaching a hag, while it is still alive, seems like an unwise and dangerous course of action. I am keen to kill her first.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, if she's using that ritual for anything, the sextant will definitely be there as a sort of power source to amp up the ritual's power.
All right. Well,
Did you two
let's get
find
onto it.
anything last night?
I think we may have found something. V, do you want to explain it?
I mean, magic is Scarlet's thing, and the science is your thing, but pattern recognition is my thing. So here's what I've got, and I turn around the laptop and show everybody. I've correlated where we found the bodies have been found, ley lines of information we had, the forest of fairy rings, and it looks like there is almost like a, I don't know, negative space here in this area. Now, I don't know if it has anything to do with the distant march that you're talking about. We haven't really talked about that, but it's definitely worth investigating.
Yeah.
Perhaps this is the way we can get to the distant marshland.
Either way, we have to find her, get to her.
Before
For now.
midnight.
Yes, before midnight.
Before midnight. Also, Malaki's probably going to be there.
He will.
I have his phone number.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll come to that in a second.
He will have more information, but it will come at a price. And I do not have anything left of worth to give him.
Yeah. Suppose that does cause an issue.
Alternatively, we can just kill him with her. Or, and she just kind of sits up. We could tell the fairy court about him. They do not need to know about the hag, but Scarlet would be able to keep her bargain, and the Fae can deal with Malachi.
That is a good idea.
Playing 4D chess over there. I like it.
We have them remove a piece from the board for us.
Well, what would but I would have
And
to
we
figure
can
out.
get coffee.
That is true, but but I still haven't. It kind of does fit in, but I haven't figured out how Malachi is connected to the Dream Continent. The deal is that I have to figure out what's been going on, how people are getting into that realm.
Oh, I can tell you right now. It's the drug. The drug, it sends people to the dream realm. They take it, they ingest it, and it teleports them there, and it provides them the ability to flight. But once the drug wears off, they come back to this realm, and they're still flying. Well, gravity and falling.
And the
Science.
hag appeared to be using them to find this marsh location.
And she was providing Malaki with the drugs in order to do that.
That is highly probable. We have not confirmed it, but I believe that it is safe to say that that is the case.
Well, Maliki was selling the drugs. So.
Where did he get them?
Most likely from the hag. She was expecting us when we sent Spot through. I do believe.
I see.
Well, it's at least something that I can do today. I can let that Fae know that I figured out how they were getting it.
Oh, and get Timbits while you are there.
I will absolutely do that.
We need
This
fuel.
episode brought to you by Timbits.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely, I'll make sure that he gets the information. And that it should be how our bargain goes.
I'll go with you.
I will accompany, but wait outside.
I think
Perhaps-
if we go into town, we might be able to then swing by and get a better understanding of what that location is beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Is it near the junkyard, you said? I am familiar with that area. I used to live there. And occasionally, people looking for junk would drop me there. It is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, Ori, you would know that there's not much above ground there, in that area specifically that V was pointing out, but it's below ground is what's like an abandoned water treatment plant. It was one that they used before they switched to something that Ozzy built.
We would need to go underground. Ozzy has equipment for this.
We can use the speed suits, and he runs off.
What did you got? What is it? What did you guys do?
We need to go into the sewers to access the old water treatment plant.
Water treatment plant.
It is near where we met, Sully.
Oh. Wow. Yeah, I remember all those were rats.
I believe that they are gone now, thanks to us.
That was a fun hunt.
It was a good time. I am still finding blood, sometimes in my cogs.
Oh. Oh, well, sorry about that.
That is okay.
Ozzy comes running back in. He's wearing a blue jumpsuit with the white trim on it. He says, "Now this is what they call the ambassador. I only have one in my size. However, I have some basic baby blues and reds for the rest of you." And he gives you all jumpsuits to wear.
Sully puts this to the side. No.
Ori looks at it and is like, and looks down at her combat boots and her like mechanical limbs, and she's like, I do not believe that I require this, but it will be fun.
Ori, I have one specially made just for you. And he gives her like this bright red one with white trim, and on the back of it is a cog embroidered in in brown thread on the back that shines and glistens.
She definitely puts it on.
All right,
but
so
like ties the arms like around her waist, kind of, so it just like hangs down because she still needs access to like her holster. And so she still has the leather jacket, which I now imagine also has like a cog sewn onto the back.
So do we all have our own? Unique...
Oh yeah, you all have your own speed suits.
All right. So what is it? Well, you made them. What do they look like?
V's speed suit is let's see. It is an olive green speed suit, and it has a little patch on the front of it that's a little tiny magnifying glass. Scarlet's speed suit is a fiery red speed suit, and on the sleeve of the speed suit is pretty much what her tattoos are. And Sully's speed suit is like does not look fancy at all. It looks just basically like a mechanic's jumpsuit. And it just has a patch on it that says Sully.
Oh my god.
I put it to the side simply because Ozzy has given it to me.
He knows he'll wear it eventually.
But I imagine it's also not the first time that Ozzy has given Sully a very similar outfit.
He has given Sully so many outfits.
Ozzy, you know I'm never gonna wear any of this stuff you give me.
I know, but it's the fact that you actually take them that means a lot to me.
I think
you could say
we'll
no.
put hers on after we visit
The Tim Hortons.
the Tim Hortons. I think everybody walking in speed suits might draw more attention than is probably necessary.
And we'll wear them when we hit the junkyard, because they are easy to put on.
That is a very good idea. There are lots of things that cause tetanus in that junkyard.
Odd.
Oh my god. Awesome. Okay. So Scarlet and V are heading to the Tim Hortons.
Yep, the Tim Hortons.
Well, everyone else is sort of still gearing up. Okay.
Well, Ori's no. So is it true that
that's right. Ori's also.
you wanted to come along with?
Ori is going to come along, but she's going to stay outside in the car because she realizes that having spoken to Malachi and given him the information that the Fae are after him, she probably shouldn't be seen in the vicinity of the Fae Tim Hortons.
Yeah, that's probably a smart move. And then Sully can't go over there anyway, so.
Yeah. But she just really wanted a specific kind of Timbits and donuts, so she just went along to make sure that
makes sense.
she could get them.
All right.
So you so the two of you wander up to the Tim Hortons, and you will go and you shall go inside, and you see it's pretty early. It's early in the mornings. It's fairly early in the morning still. It's morning. So I'd say by now. Well, you've been talking for a little while, so I'd say the morning rush is there, has been going on, and so there are a lot of there's a lot going on right now. If you're going right now, actually, let me ask you: are you going during the morning rush, or are you waiting?
I'll wait.
Okay, you want to wait for it to calm down a little bit before you get. Okay. Right now, the most interaction you'd have with the Fae is getting donuts. That would pretty much be the.
Yeah, I'll get the donuts for Ori.
All right, so you hang on, and then you wait until it slows down a bit, and you see there are these. They're working very quickly. These employees. A lot of them very 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 short. They have very nimble fingers, as they're doing all this work. But
Yes.
I kind of feel like it's sort of as you're sort of hanging out in the sort of the in the cafe area or table area, that eventually you will see the gentleman that Scarlet, whom you had spoken with before, and that some folks you've actually seen him pop out from time to time, and at least a name that he is using. This is probably not his name. That you've seen some folks have been calling him Tiernan.
Tiernan, okay.
Tiernan comes out. This short guy with a beard comes back out of the kitchen. He's got an apron on and everything. He's been cooking. And he'll see you for the first time, and he'll sort of nod and kind of wave at you.
Yeah, I'll wave back, and she'll just point to her nose, kind of as a signal that's she has something, I guess.
And he'll go and he will grab he goes in the bag and then he comes back and he comes up with like with some cups of coffee, which he will set on the table for you, and he will take this is sort of as he's coming out and he looks between the two of you. Well, it's a pleasure to see you again, and may I ask who your friend is?
This is my companion.
What a great pleasure it is to meet you as well. You can, and he sort of extends his hand. He says, Tiernan O'Donnelly.
I go by V.
A pleasure. Ms. V. And so I take it that there's that your investigations have borne fruit then.
It has. We found out there's someone that has just recently arrived in town by the name of MacLeod. He is also of Fey nature. He has been known and seen to be selling a specific drug made out of griffin livers that has sent certain people to the Dream Continent.
Fellow wears a suit and a derby. And you see that he's, at that moment, he's kind of, he had like a, sort of a plastic straw that he was, sort of toying with, and he immediately crinkles it in his hand. When you say that. Do you happen to know where Red is going?
There's supposed to be something happening at the old water processing plant at midnight tonight.
So that'll be his whereabouts then. I would advise you not to get anywhere close to what he's doing. He's rather dangerous when provoked. I'll give you this for free. Do you know what a red cap is?
I don't believe so.
You recognize them by their red caps. He's one of them. He gets in dealings with all manner of creatures. Sort of a go-between. Mercenary, he is. Cares only about himself. As it happens, though, we've got, how can I say this in a way that would be understood? Outstanding warrants against him, I think perhaps is a term you might be familiar with. We've got
Yes.
things rather like that. Now, I understand what you're hoping to do is that you're hoping for them to go after MacLeod. So, let me make this a little more specific. So, do you have any particular plans with this individual?
Well, we do plan on going there possibly because there's also another person of interest that we're after who plans on doing something very dangerous. And if we see him, I guess I'll make sure that he is, quote unquote, if you would like, either taken out or dead or alive. If you didn't get what I'm saying.
Can I step out just for a moment? Did we as a group decide that we were going to mention the hag? Are we to anybody else?
I don't think we did. Did we?
Like, we just flashback? Is this something that we are deciding? Is that information that we are sharing with the Fae?
I feel like we wouldn't share it unless we had to.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
we're
it
kind
seems
of on
right.
good ground with them, and we want to keep it that
Yeah,
way.
I don't think we
Yeah.
would.
That seems.
Yeah.
That seems right.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
So I think
If yeah, good.
Well, I was going to say, I think if you want to, basically, as just stepping in briefly as keeper here, if you want to get this guy and his cronies to actually do something about Red, then where it's going to come down to a thing where you want to try perhaps to
Manipulate.
ask him to. Well, yeah, it's basically if you want to ask him to do it or ask if he's going to do it or find a way to roundabout sort of suggest it, and you're going to be manipulating someone, making a roll to manipulate someone if you do that.
I don't have the best charm. I don't have like any bonus to charm, so it's probably not my best thing to do.
Yeah, Vetus. Strangely enough, it's
but
Gumshoe is really charm heavy, which is not how I'm playing the character.
But, yeah, you can if you like. Otherwise, he's kind of expecting that you're going to try to take him out. So it's
Yeah. So as Scarlet is kind of gently suggesting, V will just kind of put her hand on the small of Scarlet's back and just kind of step forward just a little bit and go, I'm not going to pretend to know everything about how you handle things. But what I can say is there's more to this than just this Red fellow. It is possible, how best to say, that if left unchecked, this other aspect could be trouble for all of us. Now, you have already said that you have outstanding warrants on Red. That sounds like you know him. Sounds like you might even be prepared for him. So if we can tell you where he's going to be, it'll be in our best interests to take care of the other matter before that gets out of hand and inconveniences all of us.
I see. Okay, now if you like, you may roll to manipulate someone.
All right. We have got all sorts of fun stuff here. They are not academic, journalists, police, or transportation, so I don't get a bonus from the Naked City. And we are not double talking our way into a secure location, but I still get a bonus to it. So, all right. Of course.
Use the luck.
Oh no! Of course I'm using a luck.
Okay.
Because that is the worst roll you can possibly get in this game.
Yep.
While still getting bonuses.
There it is.
So, yeah, there it is.
Well, congratulations. You got a 12 plus.
I would like to point out that V has not successfully rolled any roll without using a luck point or having someone else help her. She has either failed, used a luck point, or had someone, almost always Ori, assisting in the situation.
Dang.
So there's
It's
that.
what Ori's here for.
Yeah. Cool. I will be doomed shortly. Just throwing that out there, but that'll be fun. So I got a 12. We're good.
Okay.
Man. We're golden.
Excellent. So yeah. So what? So Tiernan will then say, well then, yeah, that's understandable then. If you got your own thing you're dealing with, and I presume it's not a thing connected to business of our kind.
Well, the hope is that if it is, it will end if we take care of it. I think it's if we can nip it in the bud, so to speak.
All right.
You won't have to worry about it.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. Yes, I'm going to send the boys out to deal with Red. If you can just make sure, if you can let us know anything you can about where you might have seen him before, we can start tracking him.
Would Ori have given us the phone number?
You'd be able to text her. She's like waiting in the car outside.
Yeah.
But she didn't actually give it to you.
So she'll text. V will text you to send the number. and she'll just write it on a Tim Hortons napkin and slide it over. It's like, if you need us to, we can make sure he's in a location that you want him to be.
Oh, that is very good. That is very good. Well, we can certainly do that. Well, and if you like, since we're exchanging information here, is there something perhaps we might be able to tell you about this other being? Whatever it may be.
That feels like a fishing for information that we probably don't want to give out. Do we have a way to get in touch with you?
Oh, well,
Again, if we would just rather not, for your own safety, if you're not involved, the better it is for us. But if we find out that you could be helpful, is there a way we can get in touch with you?
Oh, well, you can I'm always reachable here. Just call the inside line, and he'll go ahead and he'll take a business card and he'll throw it down. It's a Tim Hortons business card.
Of course it is. Yes.
But it's got a second phone number on it.
Mm-hmm.
That
The direct line to the Fae that run Tim Hortons.
yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Just ask for Tiernan and I'll answer. I'm usually the one back there, so I'll probably be the one answering. But if you get anyone else, just ask for me. That'll be just fine. It's important that we keep everything protected.
Agreed.
Very good.
Also, we're going to need some of those Timbits and
yes, of course.
I can't remember the rest of the order, but
Coffee.
Yeah, coffee. Coffee for
Ori
6.
takes a double.
Okay.
Even though she doesn't drink it.
Yeah, clearly. She just likes the way it doesn't warm her hands.
Exactly.
I'll be right back with those. The coffees are on the house. And he gets up and will...
Yeah, there's no way V is going to take the free coffees from the Fae. V definitely tips extra in order to pay for the coffee that they got.
Pay for the same
so
amount
that
you would pay for the
yeah.
coffee.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Well, there it
It's
is.
like, no, you overpaid. Yeah, keep the change.
Excellent.
Mima read her fairy tales. She knows what's going on.
How to negotiate with a leprechaun. Anyway. Excellent. Okay, so you've garnered that much. So what are we doing now?
I guess we'll be getting ready to go out and get ready to head to the water treatment plant.
Are there any other bits of research that anyone wants to do, or anything preparing for dealing with a hag or what have you?
She'd probably take a quick trip to the library before the specific meeting time to look up on hags.
Sure. You can totally do that. You will go ahead and investigate a mystery.
Mm-hmm.
It's the N plus sharp. Very good. Okay, you get 2 questions off that list.
Yay. Alright, let's see. Let's go with... what sort of creature is it for the first one?
Okay. Well, a hag, basically, it's a magical creature. They do not originate from this plane of existence. They originate from a far place. The sources differ on it, but it's basically they will Yeah, they're yeah. There are a few different names for the places that they come from, the place that they come from, but one of them is the distant marsh.
So it's like a homeland for her.
Kind of, yeah. It's like but it seems like they were cast out of it a long time ago. The ones that you see.
Okay. And the second one is what can hurt it?
Ah, excellent. So the answer to that question, doing your research, a couple things, so
The answer apparently is Sully, I think is.
Sully. Yes, that's the answer. No. So here's the thing. Yeah, hags are impervious to most regular type of damage. They can be contained by iron. If you encircle them with iron, they can't break out of it. And they can be hurt by salt. They cannot be killed by it, but if you throw salt at them, that actually hurts them. They can be destroyed by scalding water. So something that in the legends that were done to them, and this is okay. I'm not going to go into detail about this, but it's basically they were some of the legends talk about putting them in an iron pot and filling it with scalding water and like nailing the lid down. It was a thing that was done to hags, type deal. It's you don't have to have an iron pot specifically, but it's but that's often how those things were combined. So basically, any water of temperature enough to burn will destroy them.
All right, and I'll jot that down, and I will head back to the others.
If does Scarlet pass that knowledge to Ozzy?
She would, yes.
All right.
She'll pass that to everybody just to prepare them.
I would like to using the glue bombs that I created for them for their first stakeout. I would like to create salt like bombs that they throw just makes a big explosion of salt.
Gotcha.
Would we have a large circle like that would fit around, just like a hoop of iron at the mansion?
You could probably make one.
We can make one.
You probably have machine parts, that you could.
Yeah.
Can we make one? And then once it's made, I would like to use my awaken object ability on it.
Oh, holy crap!
Which, by concentrating, you can share your animating force with another object within close range and treat it as an extension of yourself. And on a success, I can control the object as if it was part of my body. Animated iron.
Yes.
circle,
The lasso.
so- yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I have to. So I'm rolling plus weird, which is going to be. Oh. We will see.
Okay.
Okay, so on a 7 to 9, you can control the object like a part of yourself.
Nice.
Legit.
Okay, so she's stashed her sword in favor of this massive iron hoop that she's just carrying around now. I imagine she can control it, so it's just gonna kind of float along beside her.
Oh my god, that's so awesome. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Ozzy's definitely gonna be making like a salt bomb launcher.
Okay.
Is what he's making.
I imagine it being like a t-shirt gun.
Yeah,
Just
it's like a
launches
t-shirt gun that shoots like these bags of salt that just explode on impact.
Absolutely.
I feel like also for practicing, I feel like Skylar's gonna try and do some spells that could make where she can shoot scalding water at it.
That'd work. Yeah, just a modification on some sort of thing that produces water. Yeah. Like a water creation spell. Only it's boiling! All right. Cool. And anything special V or Sully are preparing?
Yeah, V doesn't fight things. V's all about doing the research and tracking things down and getting to this point and then sicking like essentially everybody else on it. So she's just going to be there for moral support and backup because she's not good in...
I don't even know.
She's not a veteran fighter, a super powerful robot, or a magic user. She's got a skateboard, and we'll see what happens.
All right.
I don't really
Truck
know.
slap the hag. It's fine.
Yeah.
She will, however, the moment I actually see the hag in action, I can use my occult confidential to ask one investigative mystery question. Though that's already basically been answered, I think, but we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't really know what Sully could prepare besides, I don't know. It would take a while to make like bullets full of salt or some weird thing like that.
Well, I'm going to say you could probably do the thing where you can put rock salt in a shotgun. And
Yeah, like supernatural style.
yeah, that's easy enough.
Into my gun, my hand cannon.
Headcanon that from all the Supernatural that Ori watches, she definitely put that idea in Sully's head.
Yeah.
She's just like, I saw this on an episode of that TV show that I have been watching. You can put rock salt in shotgun shells and bullets, and that would be effective.
Yeah,
Right.
I deign to say that even Sully has studied hags for so long, you probably have some ready.
Oh,
Just in case.
10 years searching for a hag. I'm
Yeah,
probably a hag expert.
you've got rock salt ordnance as needed. Okay.
You've got like 6 different types of salt. You've got the artisanal salts,
Yes, that's right.
sea salts,
All right.
Born ready.
Okay.
those
So
Tibetan salt lamps. Yeah, that'll work.
are we heading out to fight the monster?
Yep.
Onwards.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
Let's go into the
So-
sewer. Speed
Yeah.
suits on.
Okay.
I feel like this, like, before we, like, go in, I feel like Scarlet would just go over to V to be like, so do you think we can do this?
I mean, wait, are you talking about defeating the hag?
Yeah.
Oh,
You-
I mean, we haven't failed so far, so I mean,
Yeah, but it's just like, there's just so much that happened, so much that we discovered that it's been a lot. Are you doing okay at all?
I kind of feel like my part's all over, like it's kind of done. It's in everyone else's hands, so.
But you're
But-
always so useful. Don't put yourself down like that.
I mean, I'm not putting myself down. It's just, we'll see. I guess I'll be there. Hey, I have kind of this just awkward, like back pat. I've got your back.
I got your
Slight
too.
linger, but
But just know that, like, if we do make it out of this alive, I am taking you to your favorite restaurant.
Okay. French fries it is.
Good.
Nice.
Then it's a date.
So,
And then she probably leaves V to just kind of be like,
nice, excellent. So you head off to the site of the former water treatment plant, not far from the junkyard. There is there is a structure up top that there is a door that someone will probably have to break open or pick the lock or somewhat to get in.
Can I just try to kick down the door?
Yeah, unless you want to ask the city nicely to open it for you.
The city doesn't like the
We don't
city.
have time.
Like as much as anything, the city is not a fan of the city facilities are not a fan of me.
All right, Ori will kick the door in then. I'm not going to make anyone roll for that. I just wanted to know how you were getting in.
I do have hardened limbs, so
Yeah.
technically my limbs are weapons anyways.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, so it's bashes this door in. And the sound of the door slamming open reverberates as you head inside. As you're heading down, it's still probably like midday, so we're nowhere near the ritual happening at this point, thankfully. But preparations are being made. As you go down, you see these big chambers. As you are heading down into this thing, it's most water treatment plants are above ground, so this was a little unusual, but it was also minor. This was just sort of a thing they built as they were getting the city started up. You see these big sort of you're walking on these catwalks as you're heading down. You see these big round, sort of empty containers. There's no water actually getting in here right now, but you see these tunnels that down below that connect to sewers. As you're stepping in and heading down these metal steps, you can see that there are these figures that are running away from they seem to have heard you and are scattering. These figures that as you head down. Appear to be from what you're able to see of them, they don't look entirely human. As they're running toward these tunnels that seem to connect to the sewers, they look like, from what you can tell, they're sort of hunched over, and you don't see their faces, but they seem to have these scales on them, and webbed hands and feet, as far as you can see. As they kind of see you're coming, they're like, "Argh," and are starting to run. Do you do anything to interact with them, or are you just heading down, looking in the vats?
Ozzy wants to, but he has his mission on mind that he has to go forward.
Yeah. There's always rumors that there were fish people down in the sewers, but that could be them. But as you head further down, you will note as you're looking for you see the chamber, you think, again from above, where there's this vast spherical metallic thing that has been constructed, and it is rotating. It's kind of like a sort of a globe-shaped kind of orrery-looking deal, because there are little sort of planets and things moving around inside it, and other strange representational things, just sort of kind of moving around in different places as the circles are going around. You can hear this machinery going, and there is no Redcap here because he was dragged off by the Fey cops just a little while ago. We will not focus except to perhaps we get a smash cut briefly of Malachi Red being thrown up against the side of this old-fashioned looking police wagon from the turn of the century, from the turn of the century, and being cuffed by these these goblins.
It's like the booking scene. It's like the booking scene in Hot Fuzz.
Yeah, basically. He's like, I've got no idea. I'm a perfectly legitimate businessman. I've no idea what you're doing. Give me that back, as they snatch his hat away from him so that he cannot resist. And then we come back as you're heading down toward this machinery, and you see a glow coming from within.
Do we see anybody around?
There may be someone in there.
Perhaps I can act as a lure to draw them out. The hag was looking for me.
This is true. Be careful, daughter.
Can I? So since I can control this thing like part of my body, can I the iron ring? Can I have it like sit like a couple meters above my head so that it's not immediately visible as I walk forward? And I am just going to stand there, and you just hear the ticking sounds of my mechanisms get a little bit louder. And I also have my hand on my sword.
Okay. So, you're trying to draw her out. I think that, let's see. This would kind of fall into manipulating someone. Sort of.
Yeah.
We're going to need to interpret it a little creatively, but I think that's what we're going to go with. Roll plus charm.
Oh gosh. Not Ori's strong suit. Oof.
Mm.
I'm gonna use a luck point.
All right. The luck point is used. How close is anyone close to doom yet? Just curious.
Nope, actually.
Nope, I'm still below half.
Okay,
Yeah,
let
I'm
me
still
know.
way below half.
Let me know if anyone gets near doom. Note to self about mini campaigns. All right. So you got a 10 plus. They'll do it. All right. So you still hear this thing powering up, and there's more of a sort of a this light is pouring from the room, the chamber with this machine, and it says that you're in a very a wider, larger chamber. And you hear this shuffling, and you see her at the threshold. This creature.
I believe you were looking for me.
You have returned. You have,
Returned. I have not been here before.
haven't you?
Perhaps you have mistaken me for something else.
Well, it's not all as you were at the time, but you're rather created in the image of that which I suggested long ago. They made two. Ozymandias and Orianus. The the king and the muse.
Why?
And I thank you for coming. It will make this so much easier.
Is that so? As they're talking, the iron circle is going to move and then just drop.
Yeah, well, as she's
Or that's what
starting
she's
to
going to
say,
attempt to do.
well, as you're starting to say, she says, "Yes, you contain within you the key." And she's going to reach forward and start to do something. But if you're bringing forward the iron circle to make it drop,
Yeah.
so I shall call that acting under pressure.
Okay, that one I can do, I think. That's sharp, right? Cool.
It is cool.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. You can get it down around her, but she is going to get something off, some effect off first.
Damn.
Mm.
The only way to, if you take the, and here's the choice. If you take the time to make it happen, she's going to get something. She's going to finish casting whatever she's casting. Now, you could just, like, rush her and interrupt her. That would take less time. But it's up to you.
Yeah, I'm going to, like, it's going to get, like, 2 feet. I'm going to realize that, Sori's going to realize that she doesn't have enough time. And with her, because her hands are magic, and she doesn't have time to draw her sword, I imagine. So she just rushes forward and, like, is going to try to plant a palm straight in her chest.
Excellent. Now I believe is the time to kick some ass.
Yeah.
Is it rolling plus tough?
This is actually what Ori's good at, surprisingly. Oof.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Are we,
I'm just gonna take it.
All right. XP!
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Go for it. Yeah.
So, so,
Oh.
Ayazarish will, as you're rushing her, moves much faster than you thought she was, than she was a moment ago. She was like hobbling a moment ago. And now she's going ninja on you. Let's see. Yeah.
No.
So she is going to strike forward with her razor sharp claws and do 3 harm.
Oof.
Oof.
Damn.
As she's reaching in, and you feel her reaching in and trying to grab something
Whoa.
into your workings.
This is very uncomfortable. I did not consent to this kind of invasion, ma'am.
When I
Just reclaiming what I built.
when I see that happen, I stand up and point the salt cannon at her, and I say, "Hey, hands off my daughter with that assault!" And I fire
Oh my
the
god.
shot off at her.
Well,
I would love
if
to get
the
involved
if
too.
the salt doesn't kill her, the pun will. All right, you're kicking ass. Go ahead.
And because I have 2-fisted science, I get to roll sharp instead of tough for kick some ass.
All right.
Oh, I forgot I have a protection ability, bruh. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. On a 7+, you and whatever you're fighting inflict harm on each other. I'll establish how that happens in a moment. The amount of harm is based on the established dangers in the game. I'll tell you what she does in a second. So what's the harm rating?
I guess we could definitely use the where is it? He will definitely replace the lightning gun with the salt cannon.
Okay.
So we do 3 harm.
3 harm? Okay. So you're going to hit her. As she does so, she is going to, as you've gotten close enough at this point, as she's sort of danced, sort of has been dancing out of the way of Ori, she does let go of Ori, and immediately she reaches back, and a bolt of fire streaks at you, and you are singed for 4 harm.
Oof.
Oof. Can I? Can I
What
shoot
would
her?
you like to do? Yeah,
Shoot her.
Shoot her. All right. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull out my hand cannon.
All right.
Fire assault bullet.
More kicking of ass.
Okay, so this is my prey, so I got +1 ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm using my hand cannon, which is my signature weapon, so I got another +1.
Nice.
So, with that, I have 4 to this roll. Come on. Yeah.
Oh yes. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
Hell yeah.
So you're definitely inflicting harm. You and whatever inflict harm on each other, but you get to pick something off of that list, the 10+ list.
The 10+ list?
Yeah, so you gain it. So you gain advantage, which is take 1/4 to give +1/4 to another hunter, or you inflict terrible harm +1 harm, or you suffer less harm, or you force them where you want them. So any of those 4 things.
Okay, I think I'm gonna add another harm. So with the hand cannon, that's 4 harm.
Okay.
Because 3 from the hand cannon plus 1.
Excellent, excellent. So it's 3 from the hand cannon, plus 1 for being your prey, right? Or is it extra damage, or is it just extra to the
plus
roll?
1 for what I rolled.
For what you roll. Okay, gotcha. So it's 4 harm. Awesome.
Yeah.
So you blast her with this salt round. You know, you're ready, and she's like, and she is not completely ready for it, as she's sort of lurching forward, as to do this, and she's like, and she's controlling the fire, moving it around the room, as it comes up, and it is going to singe you as well, for a 4 harm. But you get her and you lock eyes with her, and she's like,
Remember me?
"Come round at last! Come round at last!"
And as she's just laughing, Scott's gonna start preparing her spell with the water spell to try and scold her.
That's
Okay.
4 harm? Jesus.
She is mean and tough.
Yeah.
All right, so Scarlet, you're going to hurl scalding water at her.
I'm gonna hurl scalding water at her.
Okay.
That's use magic.
You're
I
gonna
believe.
Use magic. Yeah.
Yes, I'm using magic. That's hasn't really worked so far.
So let's see. You've got. The magic works. Choose your effect. Inflict harm is 1 harm. Ignore armor. Magic obvious. Okay. All right.
Yes, best I can do, but
Yeah.
scalding
All right.
water is definitely
Yeah. Yeah, unless you've got another magical move in there somewhere that.
No, I don't.
Okay.
That's
All
all
right.
I have.
Go down.
Alright.
Okay, 8. It
Uh,
works in perfectly. Choose your effect and a glitch.
If I help her, it's only going to add 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If
I'm gonna say I take a harm from that.
okay. So. And you're inflicting a harm, basically.
Yep, inflicting a harm on her
Okay, and
with the scalding water.
it's 1 harm, right? Okay. So you do that, and so
Can
as
I
I think.
get some? Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. What
I was
was
gonna
it?
say like she's like laughing at the flames. You're like, it's time you learn how to shut up and get extinguished. And she's gonna like kind of throw some of the water kind of splashes on her arm as a result of that.
Yeah.
And she's gonna try and it's gonna hit her.
All right, and she's like, "Ah!" As that happens, as part of her flesh melts away, as you hit her, and she is like, "Ah!" She spins around and is starting to ascend up into the air.
Can I interrupt that?
What would you like to do?
Okay. So Occult Confidential allows me, the moment I see the Monster of the Week in action, I can ask 1 question from it. Now, we've answered most of these, so I would like, with your permission, I would like to interrupt her action, her lifting up, with the question, rather than where did she go, where will she go? Because I want to try to pull off a trip maneuver by acting under pressure. I want to take my skateboard and kick it underneath her feet right as she's starting to lift off, so I can knock her prone.
Okay, yeah, she was gonna fly up to a higher catwalk, but yeah.
That's why I'm wondering if because otherwise that maneuver, I'm never gonna be able to use it. It's all the other things I think have basically been.
I think it's cool. So what basically I think is going to happen is that you have to time it just right as she's before she takes off, and as she's just she's stumbling to. It's like you can tell she's going to do something. It looks like she's going to lift up, but she's going to have to set her foot down before she does. Right. So if you're throwing the skateboard out, I think this would be acting under pressure.
All right. Hey, look at that. And that's plus 0. Well,
Can I help by bringing down the iron circle as I'm
Ooh.
like, because I'm still like there. I'm just bleeding out, I guess.
Ooh. Yeah,
Um,
Actually, that would specifically help with what it is that is going on. So yeah,
Yeah,
and you're still
I
rolling
kind
plus
of,
cool.
like-
So yeah, go ahead.
Cool. Please work.
7.
So you get a +2, and I put myself in harm's way.
All right, so
Excellent.
it works, but there's a cost
All right.
aside from losing my sweet board.
So
I will purchase you a new one when this is
You've-
over.
I will
You-
definitely make you a new one.
you thrust the iron circle up so that it's where she was about to ascend, and she has to come back down as a result. She comes back down onto the skateboard and is like immediately flat on her back. I think as she does so, some of the fire she's controlling moves out and will singe you for
Wait.
1 harm.
Me for 1 harm.
No, Ori.
Ori.
Yeah,
Okay.
because she's put herself in harm's way.
So have I. So,
But
right.
are you also?
Well, I acted under pressure and I failed, and she helped. So I guess that makes.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, actually, it'll be the both of you. So you'll each
Yeah,
take
that's right.
1 harm from the fire
Yeah.
that she's now gotten slightly out of control. But now she is now in this circle. She cannot move from it. She can still use magic, but she now cannot escape this iron circle that is surrounding her.
Get her,
And-
Sully. Get her.
Who's next?
Guess I'm gonna shoot again.
Yeah, I figure either Ozzy or Sully should do
Yeah,
something at this point.
I think
Can we do like a combo kind of thing,
or you can
Sully?
do a combo.
Can me and Sully do a combo shot?
What would you like to do?
As Sully is taking aim to fire with the hand cannon, I like run in, right? And I like do a slide next to Sully, drop down, I take aim with the salt cannon, and I fire it at the same time as Sully
Jesus.
does.
Actually,
Okay.
Ozzy,
Then
as you
I
as you
wanted to kind
slide-
of do like something from above, just like get the scalding water just splashing down on her. That's what I was thinking. As you guys do that.
Okay. And what's Sully doing?
Ozzy, I do want to say, as you slide, you see, because I forgot to mention this detail about his hand cannon. You see on the handle of his hand cannon, Rich is been engraved in there. So it's just a little detail.
Yeah. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we're gonna have Sully go ahead and roll his ass kicking first, and then we will see what else might be needed to help it along.
So-
kind of go from there.
Oh
Okay,
my
that's-
god!
That's a very high number.
Oh my god!
How do you get a
That's a max.
16?
That's a max. That's the highest he can get.
Rolled double 6s and has bonuses to this, not only from the stat but from the situation and the fact that it's his prey.
That's the highest he can get possible.
That is impressive.
Say goodbye.
Hand cannon does how much did you say?
Free harm.
Okay, so this is going to this is going to at least this is going to put her down. What does this look like? What happens?
What does this look like? So Sully's standing just a few feet away, raises his hand and says, Rich still rides with me. And just fires. And just like he promised, there's a bullet straight through the skull.
You do that, it hits her through the skull, and she is like, you see her melting, you see her trying to reform and regrow, but that's about the time as Ozzy is continuing to fire, and Scarlet brings a massive torrent of water down on her that she can't do it, and she melts away into nothing.
All right, yes.
At that same time, you notice, you look into the chamber in the next room, and you see the globe starting to slow down. It apparently was moving by her will. You see inside this portal shimmering, and you see what looks like two other hunched figures, panicking, reaching forward. The figures perhaps of her coven, as it seals. And the machine grinds to a halt, the sextant stopping its glow at the center.
Crisis averted.
I will go and grab the sextant.
Congratulations.
She's gonna like slowly pick herself up.
Sully's just gonna drop to the floor. He's heavily injured.
Well, folks, you have defeated the monster of the week.
Yes.
We're going to go around briefly. We're going to get a quick montage as we are ending this of just the last we see of each of our heroes as we are concluding this tale. And I think we're gonna go around still the usual way. I think perhaps unless anyone has any objections and wants to make sure they go last or first. All right, we're going to start with Ozzy. What's the is this where the montage ending montage? What's
The
last
ending
thing we see of
montage
Ozzy?
is you see Ozzy. He's in the lab, and you see him pull a lever, and you see this gigantic like cork board appear. You see this gigantic like diagram appear. There's a map of BASIC, and you see these various points light up, and one point lights up. That was Piper's house, and he just nods, and that's it.
Excellent. What's the last thing we see of Ori?
So after the fight, Ori went through everything she could find of the hag's belongings to find any information about her creation. So you see her in her room, just papers laid out everywhere behind, and there's this massive clock that just like strikes 12 behind her.
I'm going to say that from the what you collected from the various devices you say include and things from the water treatment plant will include some tablets, that metal tablets, on which were inscribed a series of about 3 or 4 other models, 3 or 4 other devices made in the image of ancient deific creatures, of which you are one.
Excellent.
What is the last that we see of Sully?
Ooh, I believe it's probably intercut with Sully moving into a new apartment that's actually, in livable conditions. And going to the okay. Oh, I have to end it. Slightly sad. Go to the cemetery and putting his old hand cannon down there.
Oh.
He's got a new one, but with his old hand cannon, he puts it Rich's grave. And a montage of him moving into a new place and finally maybe stepping out, looking like he really was not expecting to live this long, and thinking, I really don't know what comes next.
Awesome. Scarlet, what's the last we see of you?
You would see Scarlet back at her sex home base, returning the sextant to its rightful place with her mentor by her side. She bows to him, and they bow back, and she would know that the mission is complete. And as she is about to leave, she's looking at her phone for timing before she gets to another specific location. And she actually bumps into one of the shelves, and a specific book falls out from one of which reads in the front, in very faded line says, "The Cult of Edison. Who are they?" and as she looks through it slightly, she sees that it's from someone named V, which is very curious to her. So she kind of just looks around to see if no one sees her, and puts the book in her bag and starts to leave.
Interesting. All right. Very cool. And finally, V. What's the last we see of you?
The first thing you see is V staring directly into the camera until you realize she's looking in the mirror. And she looks down at her arm and where the fire had burned it. It's all but healed for the most part, but it's just kind of a reminder. She looks in the mirror and just kind of, okay, it's not going to be hard. You can do this. You can do this. And you realize that she is in the women's restroom and opens up, and you hear, as soon as she opens it, you can hear the sounds of balls hitting pins. And she walks over to a table in the corner by one of the lanes where Scarlet is waiting with a big old basket of French fries.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you all for playing Monster of the Week. I very much appreciate it. This has been a lot of fun. And sorry for keeping everyone so late this evening, but this has been a delight, an utter delight. And I'm so pleased I got to run this for you folks. This was I could not have asked for a better group of hunters. We're gonna go ahead and go around, and we're gonna do our outros. Feel free to tell folks where they can find you. Feel free to plug whatever you like, and give any final thoughts you had about this game. And once more, we are going to start with Drew.
I had a blast. It's, in this very difficult time, there's a lot going on, a lot of things on people's minds, and just being able to spend some time with meeting new folks and playing a game is just the kind of remedy that I need. It's the balm for the soul. I had a lot of fun. I think this is a superlative system. I think you're all excellent role players. I would love to do this again, even if this game or another. So absolutely. If folks want to find me in a non-role-playing setting tomorrow, which I guess will be Thursday, the newest episode of Who and Company, a Doctor Who podcast, will be dropping. We'll be discussing Babylon 5 with a very cool individual, an educator. And just keep your eyes open. We have a project in the works now where I'll put it out there as soon as I get more details. But I think it's going to be really cool, especially for folks who are interested in this kind of stuff.
Awesome. Thank you so much for playing. I'm so glad we finally got to play something together again.
Yes, absolutely. And I'll see you next decade.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's try not to make it another 10 years, hopefully. We'll try to do it sooner than that. All right, and over to Gillian.
Hi guys, oh my god, that was really good. I love the chemistry between Scarlet and V. Was pretty amazing. I love Bad Influence Solly. I love Dad Ozzy and Emo Kid Ori. I love the character dynamics, how we just all really went off with it, and we were having such a great time. And I love that about this game. Plus with Doctor Company, because anything can happen, especially with those bad rules. Anyway, my name is Gillian. You can find me on T4Human on Twitter. You can find me there. You can also find me T4Human1 on Twitch, where I do a lot of variety streams. And also, right now, we're doing a bit of a delay on a different campaign we're doing during these times. But also, I'm having one last stream on April 30th for the final day of my fundraiser for the month of April, which is Autism Acceptance Month, where I'm raising money for the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. So if you want to share that or donate yourself, you can go right ahead because it benefits disability rights, and that's very important.
Awesome, awesome. Please check that out, folks. Thank you so much for playing. This was Scarlet was a delight. It was very cool getting to play the occulty stuff. It was very neat. And now over to Lance.
Oh man, so much to say about this mini campaign. First time playing Monster of the Week is just I love the system, but especially the people here made it even more special. So these 4 weeks have been blast, these 4 sessions. And man, hope I get to play with you guys again at some point. I loved Sully. Sully's one of my favorite characters I've made. So, that's all I have to say about that. Keep it short and simple. You can find me at Twitter at LTALIG. That's at LTALIG. We had fun, folks.
Thank you so much. Sully was freaking awesome. Like just basically template for a hunter. Absolutely what you want for a hunter. All the delightful pain that you want to bring to it. So good. Thank you so much for sharing him with us. That was so good. And over to Autumn.
Yeah. You can find me at Taurus Donuts on Twitter, Twitch, and Instagram. This was a great time. I'd never played this system before, so I hope we get to play together again because this was an excellent group, and I loved my disaster robot. And I would love to play them again. So yeah, you can find me on social media. I am also now part of a cast on Impact RPG on Mondays, where you can find me playing a very different character. I'm playing a forest gnome who is the mom friend of a fantasy police force. It's an excellent time. I have some other stuff in the works with them. And I did just finish up some writing and editing on a module published by Mage Hand Press called The Dragon Flu Pandemic. It is a level 7 D&D 5e adventure. It is very cathartic, gives us all some agency in these crazy times. I will put a link to it in chat. All of the proceeds are supporting Feeding America currently.
Awesome, excellent. And anything that says fantasy police is something I'm immediately interested in, so that's excellent too. Thank you so much.
Is it giving any flashbacks to our other cops mini campaign?
A little bit. Ori was glorious. I was so glad to have her in there, just watching her learn about humanity whilst also just preparing at any moment to possibly slay something. It was such a delight. Thank you so much for that. That was so good. And now finally over to Wally.
Hey y'all, my name is Wally. You can find me on Twitter at Wally132. Usually talking about things I enjoy. I'm also here on the Wednesday night mass games here on Other Doc. Also, I definitely have to say, I loved playing with you guys. It was so much fun playing with you guys. I love the dynamics between everyone. I loved Ozzy and Sully's very Doc Venture and Brock Sampson kind of relationship where he's overly excited about everything and Sully's like, no. It just shuts down everything he says. And I really love the father-daughter dynamic that Ozzy and Ori had, where it was like, yeah, I put up with him. He's my dad. Not really my dad, but he's my dad.
Oh, man.
Had a lot of fun playing. I really want to play again with you guys one day. So much fun playing with you guys.
This was so good. Ozzy was such a wonderful character. I had no idea that we were going to have another robot on the team until you said, I was like, okay, we're doing this. Set a very interesting tone. It was very cool, and I just loved all the touches you brought in, especially with the slime monster. And just like, okay, well, we're going to connect this up. This immediately gave me, okay, yeah. And I decided, not long after you brought it in, it's like, okay, the slime dimension is right next to the march, so that'll work. So that was excellent. Thank you so much for bringing that. Thank you all so much for bringing what you brought. This was a wonderful group. And
Thank you for running it for us. That was
Thank you
awesome.
so
Yes,
much for
thank
running
you.
this game.
Thank you. I'd wanted to for quite a while, and so it's this now can also be checked off the bucket list, as this was so much fun. And very much this game very much has the as it were supernatural monster hunting feel that one looks for, basically from things like Supernatural, Dresden Files, that kind of deal. I could feel it all working in this game, and it was really good. So kudos both to the creators of this game and to the wonderful players that I've had here. Well, folks, that leaves me. And as for me, who am I indeed? I'm Jim Ryan. You can find me at OtherDoc on both Twitch and Twitter. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. I have links down below to my website, Twitter, YouTube channel, and some of my fiction and games I've been working on, along with links to game signups and applications to join our Discord. Now tomorrow night, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to have masks tomorrow because again, real life stuff. But we're getting closer. It's going to happen.
It's gonna happen.
We shall move heaven and earth to get back to it because we need the superheroic teen angst, and it will be coming back once again, run by our wonderful Mole Thulu. But this week on Thursday, we are continuing our mini campaign of The Sprawl. Run by guest MC Brian. That's again a cyberpunk game that's powered by the apocalypse. On Saturday nights, I run Invisible Sun: The Edge of Paradox. They're still on a train. Looking forward to seeing what they do. They're trying to sort of solve things. Had to end the last game kind of quickly because of tornadoes, but we'll be picking right back up with it again on Saturday. On Sunday afternoons, we do one-shots. The one-shot this Sunday is going to be Seco Creek Vigilance Committee. I need to go ahead and do the casting. I'm a little late on the casting. I got to go in and take care of that. But that's basically 310 to Yuma, the RPG. So a lot of just about a posse goes out and gets some outlaws and now have to make moral choices about it. So very much looking forward to that. On Sunday evening, we are continuing our Dark Matter campaign, Ghosts of Saltmaw. It's Ghosts of Saltmarsh in space, which I'm having a wonderful time with, run by our guest station master, Alyssa. On Monday nights, I'm over on Salty Sweet Games, playing in their D&D 5e campaign, Strange Invasion: Assault on the Barrier Peaks. We just had our first session of that, where we introduced our characters, and it's going to be so much fun. I am the only wizard still left in the world, I think, probably, and so that's a bit of pressure.
That just means you get all the magic books.
That's true. They've got the setting. They built a setting up around it where it's like almost sort of this Games of Thrones-ish thing where magic is a thing that happened a long time ago, and so there's a lot that's going to need to be done, and just mixing that with the invasion aspect going to be very interesting. So we're going to be playing that again on Monday over on Salty Sweet Games if you want to follow me there. On Tuesday. 1 week from today, Tuesday afternoon, we're going to try continuing a Las Vegas. I'm going to be the dealer for it as we try to escape from this twisted, strange, demonic version of Vegas. And then Tuesday night, 1 week from tonight, should be, hopefully, the premiere of next month's short campaign, which will be Call of Cthulhu. I'm going to be running it for the first time. So sign-ups for that are still open until tomorrow. Well, now today, as if you're in Eastern Time. Wednesday, the 29th, at midnight, when I'm closing sign-ups for that. Or, well, when I wake up on Thursday morning, let's be real. There's still time. Anyone wants to sign up for that? Soon I'm going to throw out sign-ups for one shot of Become, which is basically about being artificial intelligence beings that are also private investigators, as far as I recall. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. That's written by Dylan Anarisis, So I wanted to try that out. So I'm going to be opening signups for that soon. If you want to sign up for anything, go down to click on RPG signups or go to jimyesthatjim.com and click on game signups. As always, beginners are welcome. So, when we hit the end card, I am going to send a raid over to Scabby Rooster. They're still up there running their Blank Slate campaign, which is normally a LARP, but of course they can't do that right now. They're doing their from home thing and is doing some what looks like some deep role play. So we're going to go ahead and say hi to them. Feel free to hang on if you so desire and say hi to them with us. That again will be when we hit the end card. In the meantime, folks, thank you all so much for watching. Take care, and I'll see you all of a sudden. Farewell.